They are the empathizers we want to create, and if they don't understand the people, the community around them, and that we're not all neurotypical, then we're going to have issues. So let's start it in our schools. Traditionally, education looks like this slide. For a fair selection, everybody has to take the same exam. Please climb that tree. And of course, the monkey's going to do really well. Dart is going to look great for the monkey, and the poor old fish is going to drown. What we can do is change that a little bit in our schools so that everyone has, not necessarily has a chance to succeed, not by making things easier for them in terms of teaching down to them, but to provide those accommodations that help them to excel. Take away those barriers that would frustrate them. So this quote is often given to Einstein, but it apparently wasn't said by him, but I still love it. Everyone is a genius, but if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will live its whole life believing that it's stupid. I'm not sure what school's like for you, but for some of us who went into education, it was either really good and you wanted to go back there, or it was really bad. And you wanted to make a difference. For me, it was like the latter. I struggled at school. I realize now that I had occupational therapy and speech therapy because I couldn't say my F's. I couldn't speak properly. And if I hadn't had one or two champions in my school career, I do not believe that I would have ended up going to university or going to getting my master's or getting where I wanted to go and still can grow. I think when I was going through that in primary school, I thought I would be working in a supermarket. That was it. And I'm sure there are students like that in our schools, and it's up to us to be those champions and to provide the way forward for all of our students to be able to excel. So I wanted to talk about what special needs might look like in your schools, some tips and tools, and perhaps a sharing session. So in special education schools, in Britus, we're very fortunate because we're still working on it, but most of the students that are coming in already have a diagnosis. So there's no guessing. We know that they're on the spectrum, that they have ADHD, that there is a diagnosis. Or we ask the parents to get a further diagnosis because of the environment. We have trained SEN teachers and professionals. We have plans and documentation. We have IEPs. The teachers understand what an IEP is. They know how to put it in place. They know what it means to track behavior. They know what it means to track academic progress. And it's still not right, but it is, I think, more fine-tuned than in a mainstream school because that is the focus and that's what we're meant to be doing. Our professional development is focused on the needs of the students. We direct everything to how we can push the boundaries and get to understand a child who is on the spectrum. How do we focus on behavior development for an ADHD child? How do we work with a child who has audio processing development? We can be very, very precise in our professional development. Whereas in a mainstream school, how often do you get to do just to focus on that? We have supportive parents. For the most part, parents, when they know that their child has learning difficulties, they go through a process of mourning. And they go through the bargaining, they go through the denial, lots of denial. And for us, for the most part, they are way further in accepting who their child is. So there are two sides to that. They are very appreciative, very grateful that you are working with their child and that you can see progress. You are giving support, you are giving tips, you are suggesting, you are working together in a relationship with them. So a lot of gratitude. On the other hand, they also know way more than us because they have worked with the child, been in relationship with the child since birth, and they know what works and doesn't work. So sometimes we have to say, yes, we are professionals, but actually you do know more than we do, and you have done the research into the specific condition that the child has. And we have to learn from the parents. But there is that relationship. Whereas in a mainstream school, there's way more denial. They do not want to be perhaps moved out of the school. Our schools are also purpose-built environments. We have sensory rooms. We have no sharp corners, padding in the classrooms. There's everything, again, is built for. But there is a realization that, yes, special ed schools are more fortunate than mainstream schools in that it is directed. But I think another thing to look at is when you have special ed or SEN in mainstream schools, it's not a choice. You're going to get students who have needs. Like I said, everyone has something, and everyone might need some form of support throughout their school career. With COVID and lockdown and having no school, we can see that the children coming back, there's behavior through the roof, academic delays, speech delays, social skills delays. Everyone has been impacted, and children that would not ordinarily be in a special ed school are now coming to a special ed school. And it's not necessarily because they have a diagnosis, but it's because of the effects, the impacts of not being in school. So if we're seeing that at a mainstream school, you must be seeing way more than us. Special education is a service and not a place. To me, it should be an environment that we create within the school. It's not necessarily a section of a building that we put students in and we hope for a miracle. It should be integrated into everything that we do. A lot of what we do in our classes is good teaching practice, best teaching practice. It's differentiation, it's groupings, it's UDL, it's all those things that we want our teachers to do, but perhaps because of our classroom sizes, because of the experience of the teachers, we haven't been able to do. And sometimes what this looks like in a mainstream school is that because you don't have a diagnosis, it becomes that guessing game. And those students are labeled very quickly. The child who breaks rules, is impulsive, tells lies, gets into fights, and fidgety, he's labeled as the naughty child, the liar, the fighter. He's the one that you're constantly emailing and telling parents, he did this and this is the consequence. And sometimes he gets expelled. And that could be ADHD, and there are strategies that can be put in place for these children within the classroom that would help him. It's not necessarily a matter of him eventually needing to be removed from the classroom. We can change the classroom slightly by putting these strategies in. Again, it's not just one child who will benefit from this, but all of the students. Rule of thumb is in a classroom of 24, usually you have 3 students who are possibly ADHD. A child whose homework is not done, who has that messy bag, papers are loose, they're labeled as messy and lazy, careless. We could do homework clubs, that they have to do their homework at school an hour every Thursday, and it's not just one child, it's a whole group of them. We can put those modifications and adaptations within the class. We can do work with executive functions and help them with their organization, explicitly teaching them how to manage time and how to manage their property. A child who repeats the same sentence again and again and again, who flaps their hands, bounces, might be viewed as weird, and they could be on the spectrum. That child needs to be able to regulate. We must give them the freedom to either flap, to stim, or we redirect them to something that is a little more socially acceptable and give them the proper movement breaks, or give them the toolbox of things they can do instead of something that is deemed as inappropriate. If we don't allow them to stim, they will get upset, they will see meltdowns. So we need to provide those things in the classroom and in any school. You get mild, moderate ASD that children will mask, and that the teachers will not necessarily realize that they are on the spectrum, but eventually they could be a meltdown because they've been masking or pretending for so long. So we need to make sure that we do provide those sort of strategies. They might have that cry, that outburst meltdown. It's not a tantrum, it's a full-on sensory overload. They cannot deal with a change in schedule or a change in environment. They're very literal, so if someone says you've got 2 choices, you can stay in the classroom or you can go home, they choose to go home because they've just taken it very literally, not understanding that the teacher's trying to get them to just relax and be comfortable and go to the classroom. They choose something that they really want to do. So they do not see the world as we do. They see it very literal, very black and white, and they need help with clear instructions. They need preempting, they need visual schedules. And again, it's not just children who are on the spectrum. A lot of children need that and will help. But it's something that might be skipped in the classroom because there's just so much to do. A child with auditory processing disorder might be seen as rude or naughty because they cannot hear the instructions. They hear just distortion, and they don't get first do this, second do this, third do this. They just hear a lot of stuff. And so they need more visuals. They need instructions broken down very, very clearly. And they need hands-on learning. The child with global delay might seem, they're slow to start, they will copy their friends' work, they don't answer like this, they might be very silly, they might be very cutish, and meanwhile they just really don't understand and are getting lost in a bigger classroom, and they need adaptations and modifications to the curriculum. They need differentiation. They need possibly an IEP for them to cope. The child who cannot read, refuses to read, has a tantrum, or looks for negative attention during reading time, could be dyslexic. They are often seen as labeled as stupid, as slow. They could eventually become a bully because they seek attention elsewhere, and it's easier to push someone around than to deal with reading. And they need a systematic reading chronology program. You get the child who shows avoidance to work, throws toys, stationery, furniture, tears books, there's frustration, shouts, I'm bored. To deal with that, or understand that the child who's being really, really behavioral is actually really anxious and nervous about going to school. They could have sensory processing disorder, so everything, the lights, the sounds, is just too much for them. They cannot focus, they cannot zone out. All those little sounds, they hear absolutely everything. They might be struggling with their fine motor, they might be on the spectrum, or they might be twice exceptional. Twice exceptional means they have this incredible ability to learn, they have so much knowledge, but at the same time they have poor fine motor skills, so they cannot get what they have in their head onto a piece of paper, and there's a level of frustration. And there's plenty that can be done for these students. All of these students might have a diagnosis, but they're labeled as something else. They will be in mainstream schools. You cannot move them out. We've got to change the school, the classroom for these students. So I think that all of this is logical to everyone here, because you've dealt with it in your schools. Part of it is, for anything, it's being an empathetic leader in planning and knowing that our teachers have an incredibly hard job and that there will be a level of frustration, that their class is not a class of neurotypical students, that there will be students who are much harder to manage. And what we need to do is provide that mentorship for them. Yes, I understand, but this is what we can do. I think we need to listen to their concerns, and we need to put in that professional development so that they understand the strategies that can be used in the classroom. Create that culture of acceptance. We have students, because all students have something. We need to help each other. These are the leaders of tomorrow. This is what we believe. These are our values. This is what we do at Britus. But at the same time, acknowledge that it's hard, acknowledge that we need help and guidance. They will get very anxious about meeting with parents and what the steps will be, how to help the child. But if a child is if there is a discipline issue, how to speak to the parent. If a child is hurt, how to speak to that parent. They will need guidance on how to deal with all the issues that come with SEN. How do you tell a parent that a child needs strategies and needs guidance? It's not an easy thing, and I think teachers really struggle with that. It's not necessarily dealing with the child, but it's how do you communicate with that, communicate that to parents. They're so worried about the complaint, and that will be the first emotional reaction that parents have, is what are you doing in the classroom that made this happen? Why aren't you doing that? So they need support there on how to speak to parents and how to create those relationships with parents so that it's easier to deal with. I think that we are doing a lot of this, that everyone needs to keep working on professional development in terms of differentiation, team teaching, universal design for learning, multi-sensory learning, hands-on learning, all these things that can make the classroom more accessible to all our students. We need to encourage integrated support, that things can be done in the classroom, not that pull out SEN to SEN and they will deal with it. Because the child, again, might not have a diagnosis, and there might not be that acceptance that SEN can deal with it. We also need to generalize the skills to the classroom so that the child can keep progressing instead of continuing being sent to SEN. It's about helping the child access the classroom and the academics. We need to help our teachers with processes, systems, and documentation. They're going to struggle with how to collect data on a child who is, and interpret data for the child that is struggling academically, and if we don't have the right processes and systems in place, that's going to be much harder for them. They will fear data instead of understanding how it can be used well. Our facilities, we have to think carefully about how carpeting or how lighting can frustrate certain students because it's sensory overload. And when we look at how we design a library or how we design different areas of our schools, how this impacts different learners. I don't think it's just special ed schools that need to think about that. I think that all schools need to think about that. And a good rule of thumb is that when you are designing or doing class lists, putting students in their classrooms, there should never be more than what the population is of learning difficulties in the school. So it's usually about 12% according to research. So within one classroom, you shouldn't have more than 12% of the population being dyslexic, ASD, ADHD. And I have spoken way too long. Let's open it up and find out what are the challenges facing your SEN, your schools, and how you're dealing with these challenges. So I'm not sure how we're going to do this.
Okay, so can you hear me, Janet?
I can.
Okay, so we do have here the volunteers as your panelists. You will be leading this with your questions, and they will try to use microphone to answer. And we'll see if you can hear them, and that's why I'm going to move my laptop in a second, okay? Just give me 1 second.
I see my panel. Hello, panel. All right, let's get started. So what are the challenges facing SEN in our schools? What are your perspectives?
Here it is. Good morning.
Morning.
let me tell you about the challenges we face sometimes as a school not designed for special education needs. Some cases we can control and others we cannot. So, for example, very hyperactive students, they are smart ones. They can concentrate only while they are moving, jumping, playing. So, if we let them sit or push them to sit and listen to the teacher all the time, so they will get nothing. So sometimes we just give them a time for roaming outside, 5 minutes roaming or just walking here or there might help in giving them the chance to concentrate. We need to minimize the teacher's talk time, TTT, so we can just give them the chance to refresh and start again. We should prepare also the learning environment so to meet all their needs, to helping them not to feel different in between or among the whole class. So our school is for just normal students without very, let's say, hard cases for special needs. So this is the challenge, as our teachers as well are not ready to do that. So that's it. These are the challenges we are facing as environment in the school. We don't have a lot of them. In every class we have some. So we need to just prepare the teachers, we need to prepare the learning environment, we need to deal with them considering the differentiation.
Yeah, I can understand that. I think it's really hard. I think that no one has got SEND right. In the schools, it's still something that everyone is working through in the world, right? But I think one of our biggest mistakes is always going, we're not ready. We'll never be ready. It's something that we have to deal with immediately. But yeah, acknowledging that it's still a journey. Okay. Next.
Hi, Jeanette. I'll ask about the second one. Is inclusive education really best for a particular student? So, i.e., or inclusive education, obviously it's the aim, especially for the buzzword becoming SEND teaching, but obviously I've come across many students like this as well. For some students, perhaps inclusive education isn't the best solution. I just want to ask really, through your expertise here, when would you say is the kind of the level where you would recommend, i.e. for a student? Is there like a certain SND student that you think of as a level where making it best being in a separate learning environment, or is it just kind of no matter what the SND is, they're better off in inclusive education?
Let me see if I've got your question right. It blanks out a little bit, but you're asking when is the best, is there a time when a child should be separated from the rest of the population? I think it really does depend. There isn't a flat answer for that. It's a tricky one. For me, it will depend on the safety of others. If the child is unsafe to himself or to others in the classroom, then that's when they might need to be separated. In terms of learning, there might be times where a child needs pre-teaching. They might need that extra bit of time and that extra individual one-to-one because they need self-esteem, they need motivation, they need someone to really help them get back into a classroom because they are very anxious in being there. There are a number of reasons why, but it has to be done on, in my opinion, and I do not work with the amount of students that you all are working with, but it really does need to be done on a one-to-one basis. Having a flat policy is going to be very tricky, and someone's going to get lost. I hope that answered.
Yeah, it does. Thank you, Jeanette.
Hi, Jeanette.
Morning.
How you doing?
All right, hope you're feeling better.
Thank you. Okay, so just a questioning regarding the parent side of things. Our guest speaker yesterday, his opening idea was really about the whole idea of a contract between parents and school. Now that's something that we've all got to work on. I just wonder if you sort of have any experience, ideas on, especially in terms of your own parents, is there anything unique that you do that you think is really effective to help that sort of togetherness?
Sorry, John, I can't hear you.
Can you hear us again now?
He's blanking out. Can the panel discuss with John?
Can you hear us now? No?
It just blanks out.
Okay, Janet, can you hear us now?
I can.
Yeah, great, okay. So I don't know how much you caught of that. It was really just sort of tapping your experience in terms of the relationships that you have with parents, and if there's anything that you do that's unique, that you think works really effectively well for the parents and their link with school. If you've got a child, let's say, who's noisy, bothering other students, is there a technique that you would use to improve that relationship with the parent?
I think yesterday there was that really good presentation on customer service and how to deal with parents, and it's very similar. It's having that relationship with parents from day one, and that's not just the teachers. It's everyone. It's getting that connection with parents, so it's easier to tell bad news or difficult news. And then on top of that, it's how quickly you respond. It's not delaying, it's authentic reporting, it's quick, and teaching the teachers how to respond to something very quickly, that if you don't respond, it snowballs and it becomes a bigger issue. If you try to hide issues, it becomes a bigger issue later down the road. So to have the confidence to speak to parents, not to hide it. I think we're all coming from different areas and different cultures and so there does need to be an understanding. Sure that you're not imposing your culture, honestly, but you've got to find out which way is better within the culture that you're dealing with. Again, this is much easier when you're dealing with 200 students. To deal with the amount of students in a mainstream school, it really is creating a culture of communication. And that this is part of the process in the school. And this is the system, that you have to have that kind of communication. One of the questions later is that child is noisy and bothering the other students. And you're going to have those parents that demand that a child be removed. There are two sides to that. One, that is not a solution. Removing the child is not going to be the solution, because the child will be in another classroom and the same thing will happen. Maybe you just have more patient parents or a more patient teacher. But the issue is going to keep on happening every year in whatever classroom you put them in. So the only thing you can deal with is strategies to help that child and to make sure that those strategies follow the child. Why is he being noisy? And do the other students understand how to deal with that noise as well? So looking at that issue, how do you solve it in the classroom first? But again, not easy. So,
Okay. Hi, Jeanette.
hi.
So regarding the last question, will other students teach or bully students with learning differences? I think this depends on the age of the students, and if we are to use inclusive education, we need to have, you know, that kind of support to students. We need to explain to them how they can deal with people with other differences. And my question now is, if we have students with learning differences in other normal classes, how do teachers strike the balance between, you know, teaching both of them? Don't you think that the performance of the students would be impacted by students with special differences?
Yeah, it's our, no one has come up with the answer to this. But again, it comes down to teaching strategies. Even in a same classroom, you have to differentiate. Always, no matter how small the classroom gets, you still need to differentiate. And every teacher needs to understand the importance of differentiation. There's no way that that is the only child in the classroom who needs differentiation. There will be other students that need differentiation as well. So it needs to become part of lesson planning. It needs to become part of how the school operates. The academics, again, it's important that you don't teach down and you don't hold back. So a teacher cannot teach at one level. No matter the learning differences, where they are, there's no way that a teacher can speak to one level of student. And that is part of their job, is to learn how to differentiate so that they are reaching all the different levels. And it's not just what they teach and how they teach, it's also the learning materials that are given. Those need to be modified and changed for the different levels in the class. The assessments need to be modified and changed. And it needs to be authentic reporting on that. It can't just be one for all, because then yes, someone's going to lose out, whether it's down here or whether it's up there.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Janet, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I think just, extending Mona's question, I think it would be helpful if you tell how the teachers at your school were initially either trying to get one-on-one, learning for the student, which means they never were exposed to, group teaching, or in the group they were then trying to one-size-fits-all kind of strategy. So, and you are coming in and you are now introducing the differentiation in that small group. Could you just take them through that? Because I think this is very, very important.
Right, so yeah, even in our school, there was that expectation that you teach one-to-one with the child. And when you try and do that, even in a class of 10, while you're dealing with one, you've got 9 others who are going off on their own tangent. So the classroom setup is really important, and the training of the teachers to see that this isn't benefiting them and it isn't benefiting the students in any way was really important. It's taken a while, but the teachers now see the benefit of the lesson planning. Our lesson planning is slightly different because we've got IEPs that we're trying to work with and the curriculum that we're trying to work with. But what they needed guidance with is that if you set up the classroom properly, you're going to be able to have clearer classroom management, and you're going to have less behavior management to deal with, so you have more time for teaching. I think our teachers have almost got really enthusiastic about the different ways that you can set up a classroom. So with John's help and Sahara's help, they've also worked with the teachers on different ideas. And I can see the teachers taking those ideas and then putting them in place, and then feeling really, really positive about how it's changed the classroom interaction. They've got a reward from seeing it work and from, of course, positive feedback, because they can see the child developing. But the ideas that they have put in place is as simple as changing the seating. So for different, whether they're teaching maths in their small groups, larger groups, they are moving the seating arrangements around. And it took them a while to do that. At first, when I walked in, they were all in their separate, they were trying to get the children away from each other. They was just focusing on spacing so that they could control. But now they are more comfortable in moving the students together and being able to do different activities. When I walk into the classroom now, I will see a child at the whiteboard working on fine motor skills, doing some writing, maybe doing their letters, and they're working independently because they've got a task set up for them. Then I might see the co-teacher, assistant teacher, working in a corner with one group, and they will be doing a multi-sensory activity, perhaps using sand to write the letters. In another corner, I'll see the lead teacher teaching a small group their phonics and working on a worksheet. There might be another little group working on their textbook. That didn't happen overnight. It took, they saw her doing a lot of trainings on different methods. It took John coming in and having another word with them about what about trying this, what about trying that. It took me going in and doing observations and praising them for putting in place these different strategies. Now it's not 100%, but there is incredible progress in one term because of those different methods that they are learning and putting in place, and they're getting the rewards. The classroom management, the behavior has improved tremendously. Sarah, have I answered that?
Absolutely. Thank you, Jeanette. I believe you can still hear me, although I'm at the back of the laptop. I do have just the last question, and it is from Asad. Asad is the Chief Investment Officer at Britus Education. He's asking, do we have any basic tests to filter students in early years? That's his first question, and once you answer that, I will then come to the second.
An assessment to filter students in the early years. Is that correct?
That's right.
It depends on what you're trying to assess. If you are assessing behavior, no, you won't see it in a simple assessment. You can make a guess. If it's academic, yeah, there are a couple of baseline assessments, but that would just be telling you the very basic. It's not black and white and saying you cannot do a diagnosis from a simple assessment. The filtering would just be saying this child is below grade, this child's on par or ahead. So it wouldn't tell you much, and I wouldn't suggest putting a child in the box in their early years. There will be things that we could tell the teachers to watch out for and to suggest early intervention. That's different. But again, the teachers have to be very careful in how they refer, and that's where you would need SEN to help you with that.
Thanks, Jeanette. And his next question is, what is the acuity levels we handle at Britus? I actually went back to him because I wanted to understand what exactly he's trying to ask. He's looking into, I think, the details he can provide if we do take children with different types of special needs, and do we put them in one class or do we level them separately? Like, what is the strategy that you're using at your school?
At my school, we do an assessment, and that gives us an idea of whether the child will be, or he will be able to cope in a more academic class, in a more behavioral class, or whether he needs school readiness skills and is not quite ready for the academics. So it depends, that first assessment is vital. We're not seeing how bright, how intelligent or they are. We're just seeing where they would have placed in the school. Then within the first month, we're doing baseline assessments and we're observing alongside occupational and speech therapy therapists and behavior therapists to see what the child's needs are and what we need to provide for them, what kind of support we will be able to put in place for them. We do not categorize and say all Down syndrome in this class, all autistic children in another class. It goes according to school readiness and their ability. So even in one class, you might have 3 different age groups, but their ability will be very similar, and we will look at, so their ability will all be very similar, but definitely not separating the students according to their diagnosis. It's all about inclusivity and making sure that the teacher can differentiate, but still target the similar skills. We keep observing. There is flexibility. A child may go from school readiness to being more in a more academic class. The goal is for our students to return to mainstream if they can, and that's what we're working towards. So giving them the school readiness skills for moving on. We take all students. We are limited in terms of our resources and our abilities in helping students who are deaf, blind, and also children where we suspect that there is psychosis. So it's not behavior that is due to some frustration, but it's behavior that's due to some psychosis which we would not be able to manage. If a child is aggressive in terms of unsafe or behavior that needs one-to-one attention, then we also have to relook at that. So that would be our limitations.
Thank you so much, Janet. I do know that some people may still have some questions. I encourage you again to just use the QR code to provide some feedback, but also in the wish list, because there is a section where you can put your question. So we can certainly get back to the speaker and get you the answer. Also, the presentations that we were sharing during the conference, once the conference is over, you will have access to all those presentations. Okay? Thank you so much, Janet, and thank you for the panel. And I would now like to invite Mr. Faisal to come for his presentation. But let's give a big hand to Ms. Janet, because she obviously provided a different perspective to us, which not all of us are really familiar with. Thanks a lot, Janet.
Thank you. Wish I was there. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Janet.
Good morning. Guys, today we want to talk about understanding HR and what's everyone in HR who's doing and what's the HR function it's running and how we will run the HR in coming days as a newborn department today in case A and how we will support each division and department, and today how we can, when we ask, or someone asking us about the HR department, and any new employees today come and ask so many questions about the HR department, do we give the right answer? Do we have the right understanding about the HR rules, about our rules in general? What is HR? HR within a Britus education, rules of review, and I would call it KSA corporate HR. Our number one focus. What is HR? What do you understand by the term HR? We all work within Britus education HR division, but what does that mean? How would you define HR? I would like each table to just take 3 minutes and give us definition and share it up about what's the HR definition. So let's take 2 to 3 minutes just to each table to come up with the HR definition. طبعا احنا قاعدين نتكلم عن الموارد البشريه وايش دور اليوم الموارد البشريه ومفهوم الموارد البشريه، اليوم في كثير من الموظفين يكونوا سواء جدد او موجودين عندهم مفهوم معين عن اداره الموارد البشريه ودورها، وبعض الاحيان نسال اسئله ولا نقدر نعطي الاجابه الصحيحه ولا نعطي التوجيه الصحيح للموظف. فاليوم مهم جدا انه يكون عندنا مفهوم واضح لدور الاتش ار، لدور الموارد البشريه ولكل ادوارنا، لانه في مظلات كثيره تحت الموارد البشريه برضه احنا نعمل فيها مع كل اداره، مع كل مدرسه، مع كل قسم. نبغى كل طاوله تاخذ لها 3 دقائق تكتب لنا مفهوم الموارد البشريه بالنسبه لهم، وش مفهوم الاتش ار عندكم؟ اداره الموارد البشريه ايش؟ All these are? So, it's table number one, isn't it? So, table number one, what's the definition?
So we think the HR is one of the most important departments in any institution because the HR department is the one that is responsible for not only recruiting people, finding the best people who can add value to the institution, but also it's responsible for supporting them. And this support has different forms. We can provide them with training, for example, if they need. If they have any personal issues, we can also take that into consideration and support them as well. And also maximizing their potential. If you can find someone who has potential to be better, we can challenge them, we can give them the opportunity to excel and add more values to the institution. And also helping them to grow. These are our ideas.
Great, thank you. Which table is ready? So after.
Hi, okay. Human resources, as we know, that's always from my business. Okay. So as a part of you, I have to say about human resources that you have to provide the suitable resources to all the people who are located under the company's umbrella. So these resources, like providing them with their needs. Number two, requirements which need to add progress to the company. Also monitoring the objectives which you have to be obtained at the end.
Great. Thank you. Thank you.
One question. We've got it down as the oversight and management of performance, well-being and contractual requirements to ensure the efficient use of human assets.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
In my opinion, that the HR section is a dynamic department in the school or any organization. It is a dynamic one. It is like the backbone that works behind all the employees. It can provide them, support them. And some employees may think that HR is hindering their jobs, but of course no. It is the one that will help them, provide them, support them. This is in my point of view. So it is responsible for providing the organization with the efficient employees that will try to develop and help the organization to be on top or to be in a challenging position with other competitors.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. I just have a simple about HR. I think they look as a parent for the employee, and the parent guide their kid and protect him and advise him and do their best for him, not against. So I think HR looks as a parent for any employee in any company, not an education company. Thank you.
Thank you.
مفهوم الاتش ار حلقه وصل بين الموظفين الموظفين والمدراء والشركة بشكل عام. مسؤول عن توفير الموظفين المناسبين للمكان وتطوير وتدريب الموظفين، إعادة تنظيم الشركة في حال كان هناك أماكن تستحق الأفضل من أجل المنافسة مع الشركات الأخرى، وتوفير بيئة آمنة للموظف.
شكرا. Simon?
Morning, Faisal. How are you?
Great.
Very good. We have managing and supporting the human capital within the organisation to ensure the right environment for the stability and growth of the company.
Awesome. Stable.
مؤسسة تعليمية تعتمد على العنصر البشري في إدارة الموارد البشرية، وتهتم بتطوير وتنظيم أقوى عنصر داخل المنشأة، وتحقيق أعلى استفادة من العنصر البشري وزيادة كفاءة الموظفين في المنشأة وتحقيق الهدف المطلوب من المنشأة.
Thank you. Thank you. We have the last table.
We believe that HR is, every company is about good people, and good people make good companies. And HR is responsible, should be on identifying, attracting, retaining, and promoting and developing the people in this organization.
Great. Thank you. What do you do? Exactly. I keep to the last, I know.
Okay, to me, HR is all about balancing between the management requirements and the employees' needs, your human capital. It consists of a lot of performance management, training, recruiting, retaining. But what did you as an HR professional do before doing your performance management? Did you train? Did you meet your employees' requirements? Did you satisfy them? Did you provide the right environment? How did you do all of this? It's like everything is just related. You cannot do the performance management if you did not do the right training. You cannot do the right training if you did not recruit the right people. You cannot recruit the right people if you did not have the right criteria.
360.
Yeah,
Correct.
that's
Correct.
yeah,
Great.
360.
Thank you so much. So, human resource is term which many organizations describe that computer of traditional administrative personal function with performance management, employee relation, and resource planning. The objective of human resource is to maximize and the return on investment from the organization human capital and minimize financial risk. So, when we say the HR definition, I would say the simple umbrella of HR today, it's the HR services, learning and development, HR management, resourcing. For example, today, without HR support, we cannot get the right resource and people from other countries, overseas countries as well, and getting the right candidates, talent people, and as you mentioned, to come up with the 360, there's a training, proper job description, proper environment, proper induction, and learning and development who can lead the performance management, which is we are building the umbrella of HR, and we are growing to that. So, resourcing today in market, we keep hearing new things in HR. Some people they call it people management, some people they call it HR management, and recruitment. Also, we hear talent acquisition. I can ask a question here. What's the difference between the talent acquisition and recruitment? It is the same. Anyone have any answer about what's the difference between recruitment and talent acquisition? They are doing the same job, only hiring. Okay.
The recruitment, we know all the recruitment, just looking for the resources from the outside, and he filled the gap in any company. But about the talent, I think it's especially needed to fill one position or two positions which is missed, that we looking for the unique people to fill this one, and also to provide them with the training or with the resources that to make them that they are unique in their position.
Yeah. Okay. Anyone else? Andy?
Talent acquisition is about the individuals, and recruitment really is the process from advertisement, job description, onboarding, documentation pieces. So I think talent acquisition is more the identification of the individual, and recruitment is the process.
Okay. Yes. You're right. Recruitment, in fact, yes, we are just filling the vacancies which we have. We are filling the gaps, or the replacements, or whatever we have. And usually it's just covering the needs as per the department need or the school needs. But when we go to the talent acquisition, usually the talent acquisition, it's linked with the business development or organization development, because they take it to the long term. We have like a clear career map and clear career roadmap for the candidates. So the candidates from the day one, or the employee from the day one, we know what we should do with him for the next 1 or 2 years, and he know exactly where he will reach and how he can develop it in the company, which is today that's the philosophy of the talent acquisition, to have the right talent people. Today we are looking for talent, we are looking for passionate people about education, who love the jobs, who they really can add value with operation, with the school, with each function. So that's usually, I will say that the talent acquisition they take to the long term, and the recruitment is immediate cover for the business needs and the vacancies which we have it. Learning and development, which is supplying all the training and development to all divisions. HR services, there is so many areas under HR services. And I'm just today giving you simple things like government relations, payroll, admin, and other HR umbrellas. Admin, for example, so many different structure for HR from organization to organization. Like in some cases, maybe we need HR business partner to be close with operation, to be close more with academic people who can provide value to each division. Today, admin, for example, purchasing, staff accommodation, transportation, support management, supplier, contracts, so many things.
Please take it.
The benefits, information, the HR management in general, like supporting the functions, IT, logistics, property, etc., all division, all people-related matters. Government relations, we have so many platforms. We are working on it. We have the registration to ensure that we have our license and our documentations as per the requirement in each country. We have different requirements as per the law of the lands, which is we ensure that we are having all the certificates and the license, which is helping us to provide the right services and to get the right visas and to get the right candidates and etc. KSA corporate HR, it's corporate HR, KSA, it's in, maybe why I say KSA corporate HR, because I believe today we are going to cover entire KSA. Yes, maybe today we are targeting Riyadh more. There's a big potential in Riyadh. Also, we are targeting other regions, other Eastern Province, Western Province, South region. There is so many chances to make our HR bigger and bigger, and how we can drive it in the future. So, to drive consistency of approach across all regions in respect to HR process, policy, and procedures, which is now we are working closely with our top management and policy and procedures, which is inshallah very soon. We will come up after some workshops, after we getting the final approval, and it will be announced and implemented to all the HODs for the policies and procedures to ensure that we are going to the right place. To identify and share best practice and avoid duplicate of work across all HR. Tomorrow maybe we will have offices, regions, we have a lot of HRs. We want to ensure we have strong standards. We want to ensure we don't want to do unnecessary jobs or waste of our times for nothing. Each job today we need to ensure that's adding value and give the right support and the right customer service, I will say, to all the functions. To train, coach, and support the region and adapting Britus education HR policies and procedures. To remain up to date with leading edge HR development and to adapt them for use within the company as and when it's necessary. Our number one focus within HR is our customer. Today you are our customers, employees, any people in the company, they are our customers, and we want to ensure that we provide the best customer service and the best services to ensure that we give you the right support, which it will lead to have the right productivity and efficiency from the team members. Remember, people expect you to be an expert. Passing the wrong information in relation to any questions about HR not only reflects bad on you, in fact, it reflects bad in all of us. Because as you said, today HR is representing and the face of the company who's driving the policy and procedures. And usually the employees, from day one when he came to any organization, he will say, where is the HR department? I have so many questions. I have so many question marks in my head. I want to understand who's my line manager? What's my job description? What's my roles? What's the expectation of me? What's the competencies? What's the things? So we want to ensure that all of us, we have the right understanding and providing the right and correct information about HR. So, I think we're sad. Because I'm meeting the promise sheet that's asked me to drive it fast. I will say, today, everyone understands what's the human resource. I remember when I joined the company, the day one, someone came to me and said, Faisal, please go and renew this iqama and bring this and that. And the understanding of HR, it's government passengers who will do some jobs or be finishing some papers or printing certificates or hiring or terminating or resignation, and that's it. Today we want to ensure HR, as Adnan say, and Khalili say yesterday, today everyone is business partner, and HR is a business partner, and we want to ensure that we add in the company profits and revenue by providing the right understanding and policy and procedures for the organization, and we have the right proper understand about the HR rules and about our rules in general. Today, even us, some people, they are confused about their rules, isn't it? So we want to have a clear idea about it, which is today, I'm happy to say, soon, inshallah, we are launching so many things in HR. In the coming 2 months, there is so many things that will come from HR, and inshallah, it will add a lot of value. I don't want anyone to, or I close this session without proper understanding. If there is anyone have still some questions about HR or what's the HR, where we're going with HR, I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. So we will be now going for, oh, you have questions.
Yeah, who's this? I would like just to add that, recapping on what Faisal was saying and what all you've been providing, I would say, extremely important answer to what human resource is all about and how the importance of it in each organization, school, company, or business. Many years ago, it used to be, I would say, a neglected functions. In lots of companies, there was nothing as a dedicated function called human resources. Finance, admin, they will carry it. They think it's an administrative function. Today, if we talk about schools per se, I've been involved in so many aspects of auditing schools, evaluating schools, providing consultancy services to school over the past 20 years. Very few schools have a dedicated HR function. Today it's an essential, not in the school business, in all the businesses, to be honest. We can see also the phrase of human resources, now it's changing to human capital or human capital management. It's beyond. It's the human, or it's the staff well-being, it's the staff welfare. Today, with all the loads, all the pressures that we all go through every day with our daily work, with our daily tasks, someone like Faisal, like Fatma, like Sahar, their job is not to make sure that people are in office on time, they are leaving on time. Their job is not only to issue new contract, renew contract. Their job is not only to report or listen to people's issue. No, they need to have lots of proactive initiatives to make sure that the organization is somewhere that staff wants to be in. We, all of us, live minimum, I would say, 8 hours in an office, 14, 16 hours in Bahrain. So imagine if the place is not healthy. HR plays a vital role in identifying all of this, making sure that we hire the right talent, retain the right talent, making sure that if today we've hired, let's say, Adnan, Ramadan, Mona, we are not hiring them also to only utilize their existing knowledge. No, we need to work to take them to the next level. Some people, when you acquire them today, they come with a very good knowledge because they were trained well, they were exposed to certain tasks and environment from wherever they are coming. But if we neglected all these things, which once they are with us, and we've just kept utilizing their existing knowledge, in a couple of years they will not be able to produce more. So we need to continuously also invest in their education and their knowledge, and HR is a key function for this. So the way we as management look as an HR, exactly the same way we look at teachers, to look at the principal, finance role, they are all have a very important contribution to take the organization to next level.
Thank you. In fact, just to, I will repeat in Arabic for our Arabic colleagues. اليوم المنظومة بعيدها بشكل سريع، اليوم إدارة الموارد البشرية مفهومها أن تعطل دور رأس المال البشري اللي موجود عندنا في المنشأة، أنه نجيب اليوم أفضل الممارسات ونشاركها، ويكون عندنا تأسيس بيئة عمل مناسبة بتقديم وضوح للعمل، وضوح لأدوار كل شخص موجود اليوم في المنشأة، دور الموظف ودور المدير، ايش عنده المهارات المطلوبه في عمله، ايش المهارات المطلوبه في الوظيفه الفلانيه والوظيفه الاخرى، ايش مظله الموارد البشريه اليوم عندنا اللي هي توظيف او تدريب او علاقات حكوميه او اداره مواهب، واللي انا سالتهم ايش الفرق بين اداره التوظيف واداره المواهب، انه اليوم في الموارد في الاتش ار في مدارس حديثه كل سنه وكل سنه احنا لازم نواكب الوضع، يعني زي الجوالات قاعده تتغير والدنيا تتغير في كل شيء حتى الاديوكيشن، فاحنا نواكب التغيرات والتطور اللي قاعد يصير. ففي اداره المواهب يكون الموضوع طويل شوي اكثر، انه نشوف على المدى البعيد، نشوف يكون في خطه مهنيه واضحه لكل وظيفه ومسار مهني، خلينا نسميه مسار مهني واضح، حتى الموظف عارف اليوم انا بشتغل هنا، انا عارف بكره بوصل هناك، عارف بكون في المكان الفلاني، عارف اني بكون كذا، لان هذا اللي بيكون بيشجع البيئه اللي عندنا، بيكون في تنافس ايجابي موجود، ويعرف اليوم الشخص ان انا ما راح اشتغل بس فقط بعتمد على مديري المباشر فقط، لا بعتمد على جهدي اللي بيوصلني وعلى مديري وعلى زملائي وعلى التعاون وعلى الفهم الاساسي اللي انا بشتغل عليه. ومفهوم الموارد البشريه مهم جدا، انه اليوم لما ينعكس مننا احنا كمدراء نفهم الادارات اللي حولنا، نفهم دور الاداره الماليه ايش دورها الحقيقي اليوم، او الاداره الاتش ار ايش دورها، يعني بعض الاحيان يجي واحد يسال الاداره الماليه يبغى عمل صيانه، ايش دخل الاداره الماليه في عمل الصيانه ولا ايش دخل هذا ولا ايش دخل، لازم نعرف احنا في كل اداره وين ماشيين وين رايحين. المثال عندنا احنا نتكلم اليوم عن التوسع كذلك، انه احنا شغوفين في التوسع، اليوم احنا عندنا في الرياض وعندنا في مناطق المملكه كلها، وكذلك الاخر في المناطق الاخرى والدول الاخرى الموجوده. فاليوم تعظيم الدور العنصر البشري مهم، والايام الجايه حيكون في خلال الشهرين الجايه بيكون في شغلات كثيره تجي وراح نعلن عنها ان شاء الله مع جميع المدارس، واحنا شغالين الان مع الاداره العليا وكذلك في البحرين على موضوع القوانين واللوائح اللي تعطينا تشريعات تخلينا احنا عارفين وين رايحين وين جايين في الموارد البشريه اللي تنعكس عليهم في تقييم الاداء وغيره والتدريب والامور الاخرى اللي ذكرناها. ما ادري في احد عنده سؤال بالنسبه للإجابة. وليد بس عشان انا خلصت ترى يا بليز.
Sorry for this, but it's a very simple question. I would like your answer, and I would like to utilize your existence here in front of me now. I have a very important question concerning HR in general. Once I'm asking you here, how can you measure the efficiency of the HR team, right? And to what extent HR team is accomplishing its HR strategy inside the company?
Today, to manage the HR team, we have tools, we have intelligence system, we have, as we said, every department we know, as we mentioned, that's every department we know our rules, and each employee has his rules and competencies and the skills and the right job description based on, for example, in HR, today we are going to automation. We are not going back to paperwork and classic work. So we will use self-services. In that self-services, I can understand my team, how they perform within the time, beyond the time, they do excellent support, they do that. So creating the right reports, it's helping the management to understand where we are and what's the team also productivity. Today, it's delivering the things, deliver it on time or not? Did he meet the deadline or not? Did he provide the right customer service? So also HR, we will, in the future, in the near future, we will ask our colleagues, all of you, to give, let's say, evaluation about the HR services. I will ask my customers to evaluate the HR services. I will not say the HR is good or bad. You should tell me later if the HR is good or bad. How the service is provided to you, how they support you, how they give you the right, like Andy, he said, for example, the onboarding, processing, the right briefing about the company, sharing the vision and of the schools. And we have also in each department, also each induction, which is we have. So tomorrow, to manage that, there are so many things and techniques and tools we can use in HR to know exactly how the team is performed. Otherwise, if they don't adding value, we don't need. We just replace it with the intelligence system, and we don't need the humans to be interact. And it's the most important. And for sure, that will come from you guys, and then we will understand how they provide it and how it's reflecting with your team members in the schools and colleagues, and how we can engage with you. Shukran, thank you so much.
Can we please have a 10 minutes break We'll really appreciate if you can all come back in 10 minutes. Thank you.
change, and that's been so evident. All our speakers, all our presenters, all the presentation you've done, everyone has spoken about, especially after the virus, how now how complex our jobs are. Okay? Perhaps HR 5 years ago is nothing like HR is now. And that comes down to complexity. It comes down to the amount of different things that we have to do in terms of our school leadership. Okay? Now, again, I'll talk about the impact on students, and then it's going to come right round into feedback. And this is what's been mentioned time and time again. And how often do we as school leaders get feedback for ourselves? We often talk about feedback for lots of other people within our departments. And even there, the last question that Waleed asked, he said, how do you know that HR is effective? Right, so that's what I'm going to try and achieve in 20 minutes. You're going to be very active in this. So, when I came to do this, I thought, right, I need to look up some research. What school leadership is. And it was from Indeed, which is obviously the employment platform across the world. And it came up with 16 skills that school leaders need to have. 16 different skills. Starting to work on that complexity. Most of the others, there was about 5 to 10 skills, but 16 to be a school leader. Okay? So I thought, great, that was in May 22. So I thought, right, so that's excellent. It's very topical, it's right up to date. And then it says, and this, I'll just quote this, school leadership has significant influence on student learning. If we don't have any students, then all of us don't have a role. We don't have a job. So we've got to always bring it right back to students. And then it says it refers to the processes, decisions and actions that school leaders take to ensure that school achieves its goals and its priorities. So you do all these different things, with all this complexity, how do we know which one is the most important? So here's the first activity for you. And very quickly, I'd just like you to work in pairs or groups of 3. So there was a piece of research done that narrowed it down to 5 activities which influence student success, both their welfare and their academic. What I'd like you to do, just very, very quickly, and you'll see that on one side is the impact that it has, how important it is, and then on the other side is the actual decisions that all of us are making. Okay? So I'm just going to hand these out. Can you please just make sure that you can see one and have a little look at it, talk to the person next to you, and see which one you think has the biggest effect. Okay? So have a little talk there with the person next to you. You are doing this on a daily basis, yeah? And it's really just trying to decide which one you think is the most important and which one has the effect. Oh, sorry. Yeah. So it's just a quick review of your job that you are doing on a daily basis. Which one has the biggest effect? We all have these complexities. Which one do you think is the one that affects us most in schools? As a parent, as a teacher, as a leader. Can everyone see one? Everyone got you. Please talk to the person next to you and see what you think. know is which one you think is the most important. Which one has that big impact? Yeah, 0.8. So is the biggest impact ensuring orderly and safe environment? Is it ensuring quality teaching? Is it resourcing strategically? Right, I'm so sorry folks. As I said, we really are pushing on time. So, please be aware at the bottom of the sheet it gives you, again, we're very data driven, I know, and it says 0.2 is usually considered small, 0.4 is moderate, 0.6 is large impact. So I've got to rush people. Reece, what do you reckon, please? What would you go for? What would be the biggest impact out of those 5 that you do on a daily basis? You'd go 2, ensuring quality teaching. Okay, great. 5, leading teacher learning and development. Okay? Yes? Ladies, what do you think? Okay. So, here is, and I would have spun this out a little bit more, but there you go. Here is the results. Okay? So, number 5, leading teacher learning and development is
the most impact.
Most impact. Okay? Most impact on students. Now, bringing that back then, because if you, folks, please, I'm really sorry, I know people are having good conversations, but we've just got to move it on. If you look at that, it says leading teacher learning and development. So a big component of that is always going to be feedback. It's always going to be. How do we know whether our teachers are getting better, whether our students are getting better, whether our leaders are getting better, if there's not feedback? Okay. So feedback is the rocket fuel, okay, of change and progression. Now we come to our activity, and I'm hoping that you're going to see how impactful this rocket fuel is. Okay? Right. You're all going to have a go at this, but I'm going to demonstrate first. Okay? So, can we go? 1, 2, 3, please. Come out here for me, please. So folks, this is set up all around the room, and this is how it's going to work. This is the impact of feedback. Right, okay. Would you be kind enough, please, to hold that for me? Okay. Come over here, folks, please. So, resources are 1, basketball. There you go. But here we go. Face me, please. Now, yes, over a little bit. So we have 1 thrower. We have 1 catcher, and the catcher mustn't move.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I'm glad you said that.
Okay, and then we have the person who's going to provide our feedback. Okay. Now notice that again, gentlemen, I chose a lady because they're always going to be much better at this. They tell us what to do when we do it properly. You know, we know that. We know it. Okay, so this is the strict rule. You must never turn around and look to see where it landed. Okay? You are only allowed to give him 2 bits of feedback. 1 is on whether it needs to be stronger or lighter, and then left or right. Now remember, you've got to think about his is the opposite. Yeah? So left and right. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Only 2 words. 2 words.
Two words.
That's, you can either say harder left or softer right, whatever you need. Okay. So don't turn round. Okay. Now let me down here. Right, are we ready? You're not moving. Hold it out straight for me if you can. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, stay there.
Okay. So harder right. A bit. Okay, harder right.
Harder right. Okay.
2 words.
Whoa! See, I told you. See? Okay, right. Folks, could you please, it's set up. There are bins, there are pieces of paper. Please go and give it a go. Go and give it a go. Come on, let's go. Go, 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 go. Come on. Come on, it's here. Yeah, come on, folks. We're not going to do it? Yes, come on, let's go. There's one there. There's one over there. Yes. Mohammed, come on, let's go over there. It's set up. Don't give it a go. See how you get on. See how the feedback. Gentlemen, come on, let's get up. Come on. Let's get moving. Don't give it a go. It works. Two words. The magic is weaker. Right. Don't forget, 2 words only. The power of Oi!
Stronger. Right. انت راح عليك السله بتاعتي؟
My feedback is not very good. Stronger left. Yeah.
Come on, Waleed. Come on, Waleed. No pressure.
Right. Do you want to instruct me?
Yeah.
Okay. It's better, you should.
So.
Straight.
So. Okay, folks, thank you. Can everyone come back in?
My feedback.
Okay, we've got about 5 minutes left. So, I'm hoping you see there, as I say, the rocket fuel. Sir, could you? Yeah, do you want to, yeah, thank, no, you're all right. You can stay sat there. If you're listening, that's great. Thank you. Okay, so now I want to talk about that feedback for us as leaders. Because it was the great Alex Ferguson that said, when he talked about leadership, he said, I very quickly realised that my job was to make other people believe that the impossible was possible. And the way that I did that was by setting the highest standards for them. Okay? Now, if you come back to our guest speaker, I think those standards are trust, truth, and transparency. If as a leader we are modelling them, if as a leader we are sticking to them, and as I say, the gentleman spoke, didn't he, about, if you like, British politicians, and far be it from me to say about politicians all across the world, but certainly recently in the British, if you followed the British political system, then all of this has just gone out the window. Okay? Now, you've got to be brave. You've got to be brave. If you, especially as a leader, okay? Especially as a leader. And I would ask the question, and I'll be interested, again, as a leadership group, when have you actually done some reflection and feedback about yourself on this? If you have, then, you know, you have my admiration, because it's a very brave thing to do, but it's a very important thing to do. So just to finish off, and this is something, this is just a piece of feedback that you could use. It would be very, very good if you would give it to your colleagues, because again, there are 13 actions that build trust. Okay? There's 13 actions that are recognised that build trust. So on an everyday basis. So the first one is talk straight. Okay? Now I think all of us would go, oh yeah, I'll talk straight, I'll say it as it is. Okay? Demonstrate respect. Create transparency. So all I'd like you to do again, just really quickly, is just have a look at this, okay? And take it away with you, because we're not going to have time to do it now. But if you're really brave and you want to test this, use this. Use it for yourself, and then perhaps have a look at, be brave enough to give it to your colleagues. Now, for time, I'm just gonna leave it here. If you wish to take one, and this is the last bit, okay? This is the last bit, because again, so, and where's HR star, where's she gone? Okay, you know, one thing that struck me was Sarah's story about when her boss came and said, you need to sack that person. They're always late, okay? And often, this is what we get. Small listening, not a lot of listening, okay? Small eyes, so not a lot of looking. Thought processes, questioning, again, being brave enough to look at ourselves and our own action. But loads of talking. Loads of talking. Whereas, if we want to develop these, okay? This isn't a self-portrait, by the way, okay? Even though it's very similar, okay? Big ears, okay? Big eyes, listening, seeing what's going on. Lots of thinking and very little talking.
Listen twice and talk.
Exactly right.
They keep saying, listen twice.
That's it. You've got 2 ears, 1 mouth for a reason. And the follow on to that, we have eyelids that close our eyes. We don't have ear flaps. Huh? Okay? So it's a build on that. Okay? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very sorry that I've had to rush it. I'm hoping that we covered the vast majority of this. Okay? And as I say, it really is about feedback being this rocket fuel, and it is about us as leaders trying to use that in this complex world in which we now live, that's changing all the time, but always bringing it back to the impact on students. I've got this, and I've got another individual feedback piece of paper test if you wish to come and get one later on. Okay? Folks, thank you very much. Thank you for your participation. Yeah, sure, certainly. Yeah, folks, if you want to put your hand up and I'll bring them round. Yeah.
morning. Ready?
Okay, my name is Mona Marcel, and today I'll be talking about the paradigm shift in education. I only have 20 minutes, so I'll be trying to be fast as much as possible, and I can share with you. Already Sahar will be sharing with you the presentation. You can read it at your own pace. So this is the agenda for the presentation. We're going to start with a quick introduction to the topic, and then we'll be talking about the new vision for the future of learning, the design principles for moving toward an ecosystemic change in schools, 3 waves of education reform, trends of education reforms for future effectiveness, and there will be, hopefully we'll be having time for reflection and questions. So let's start with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals that were formulated to provide countries worldwide with guidelines that can support them and help them achieve prosperity in the economic, environmental, and social aspects of the society. SDG 4 is just about education, and it is written in the document that we need to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. This SDG 4 is a fundamental contributor to achieving success not only in the education sector but also in the other sectors. So due to the challenges offered by the economic crisis, globalization, technological advancements, education leaders and stakeholders have started to review and rethink and reform the education sector. And the rationale behind this reform is to provide our new generations with the competencies they need in order to change, in order to tackle the challenges they have, whether locally or internationally or globally. So now let's move to the vision for the future of learning. So what happened is, in order to determine how education policy can provide learners with the competencies they need, we have here a new vision for the future of learning. The Joint Research Center of the European Commission have launched a study entitled The Future of Learning, New Ways to Learn New Skills for Future Jobs. What is the aim of this study is to identify, understand, and map how learning strategies and trajectories are expected to change given current trends. And this is the conceptual map of the future of learning according to the European Commission. If we take a look at the diagram here, we have the new skills and we have the new ways of learning. So the vision is that personalization, in the middle here, collaboration and informalization means informal learning, would be the core of education in the future. So if you take a look at the new skills, we have initiative, resilience, responsibility, risk-taking, and creativity. These are the personal skills that students need to learn for the future. The social skills, we have team, networking, empathy, compassion, co-constructing. For the learning skills, we have managing, organizing, metacognitive skills, and failing forward. What's failing forward? It means you use your failure to succeed. So it's okay that we make mistakes, but the most important thing is to learn from them and use these mistakes to move forward. Let's move to the new ways of learning. You have learner-centered, including tailor-made, targeted, active, constructive, and motivating and engaging learning. In the social learning, we have peer learning, sharing, collaborating in communities, and the life-wide learning. This is a new concept introduced in the vision, which means that learning happens everywhere, anywhere, at any time. And if you take a look at the drivers of this change, we have demography, globalization, immigration, technology, and the needs of the labor market. At the end of the day, through education, whether schools or universities, we prepare learners for the labor market and for life in the future society. Talking about the new skills, we also have other skills that are extremely important due to these drastic changes. We have generic, transversal, and cross-cutting skills. What are these skills? These are the skills that students can implement in any setting or in any situation. But the difference between the generic, transversal, and the cross-cutting is that the cross-cutting are associated with technology and information. Let's take a look at the other skills. We have problem solving, reflection, creativity, critical thinking, learning to learn, which is extremely important, risk-taking, collaboration, and entrepreneurship. These would be the core skills, and also we still have the mathematical, verbal, scientific, and digital literacy. But most importantly, students need to have a better awareness of the environment in which we live, because this will have a great impact on the health and also on the civic competencies. So what are the new learning patterns in the new vision for the future? So definitely we said lifelong and life-wide learning. So here we need to take into consideration changing the learning strategies and the pedagogical approaches implemented in schools. We have also, with the evolution of the ICT, personalized learning, individual mentoring, teachers will need to learn and to be trained on how they can use the current resources to provide learners with tailor-made learning experiences and pathways. Okay, along with the pedagogical approaches that we need to change, we also need to think about the curriculum and the assessment as well. And we need to integrate technology into assessment, specifically in today's world. And there's a lot to say about assessment, because it's not about just giving students an exam at the end of the school year or at the end of the term. It's more about providing them. Sorry, I just need to drink water. It's more about providing them with feedback that they can use in order to move forward. And this feedback is, as John said, extremely important, because without the feedback, they will never know how they can reach the target level. So as educators, teachers, and even leaders, we need to make sure students receive timely and informative feedback, and to help them to bridge the gap between their current level of expertise as well as the desired one. Okay, another point is that we need to provide learners with quality education, relevant and effective experiences to be able to respond to the new changes of the labor market. And this is a new vision for the schools and for the initial education and training institutions. So, as I said, we need to take into consideration the new changes of the labor market. Again, we need to prepare them for the labor market. We can have, let's say, partnerships with other institutions in society. Sorry. Okay. This is an overview of future lifelong learning strategies. As you can see, it's associated with the new vision of the future. Again, we have personalization, collaboration, and informalization at the core of learning. And we have here different strategies at the school education level and at the professional development level. I'll go over it very quickly because I don't have much time. So we have here at the personalization level, we have individual attention, tailored to needs, empowering students, motivating and engaging them. In the social learning, we have reintegration into society, intercultural exchanges, peer and team learning, and the life-wide learning, we have schools as service providers and teachers as guides, and we need to use actually flexible curricula and new certification mechanisms. At the BD level, we have targeted, flexible, distant, mobile, integrated into work, motivating and engaging. At the peer level, we have professional networks, collaborative working environments, and intergenerational learning. They need to learn from different generations, not only in their context, but also in other contexts, and we'll talk about this later. The recognition of skills, we have disaggregated qualifications, validation of informal skills, and external accreditation. Okay, so what are the policy implications? What do school leaders need to do in order to respond to these changes? Actually, we need to implement a fundamental shift in our education, and we need to have holistic changes in order to meet the requirements of the future society. Okay. Now, moving to the organization of educational cooperation and development, we have here transformative competences developed by this organization, which will enable our students to be innovative, responsible, and aware. What are these competences? Creating value. What do we mean by this? If anyone can participate. Okay, so in order to reach the goals of the 2030 agenda, students need to be creative. They need to think about new ideas. We actually need new enterprises, new skills, new systems in order to address these drastic changes. Reconciling tensions and dynamics. In our world, we have lots of different perspectives, different interests, so we need to train learners on how they can respond to these challenges and how they can respond to these tensions as well. And a prerequisite for all the other skills is taking responsibility. They need to be able to take responsibility for their actions as well as the consequences of the actions, because they need to be risk-taking, they need to think differently and out of the box. And moving to the design principles for moving toward an ecosystemic change, we have here at the concept, content, and topic design, we have different aspects. I'll go over them very quickly. We have the student agency, which refers to the curriculum and how it should motivate students. Rigor, we need to encourage them to practice deep thinking and critical thinking. The focus means we need to provide them with small, let's say, parts or opportunities to learn concepts, and then we can add more and more. The coherence, they need to have a chance to link what they have learned to the other concepts and also to the real world. The alignment, it means that we need to align the curriculum with the assessment practices. Transferability, a very important point, which means that they need to be able to transfer what they have learned into real world situations. And the choice, give them the chance to choose what they want to do, what are the projects that they would like to participate in. At the process design level, we have the teacher agency. Again, we need to empower teachers to give them the chance to be creative and innovative and to think again creatively while teaching. Yes, standardization is a very important concept, especially if you're having like a lot of schools or a lot of classes, but again, we need to give the chance to think and to be creative and to take into consideration their students' needs. Authenticity, it's more about associating what they have learned to the real world situation. Interrelations, again, they need to be able to connect and interact between what they study in a discipline and the other disciplines as well. Flexibility here, the concept of curriculum should be developed from predetermined and static to adaptable and dynamic. Engagement, it means that students, parents, stakeholders, teachers need to be involved in the development of the curriculum because they need to be the owners of implementing the curriculum. Okay, this is, let's say, how much time is left? 25 or? No, I can't. Okay, so 3 waves of education reform. We have, since the 1980s, we have 3 waves of education, starting from the effective education movement, the quality education movement and the world-class education movement. So let's take a look at these three movements in terms of some research focus areas. And a very important point is that after the end of this, there was an activity that I was planning for, which is having a reflection on our current practices, but we will not be having time, so this will be something for you to think about. Compare between the current practices and these three waves and try to evaluate where you are and what is needed in order to move to the third wave paradigm. So let's start with the assumption about the environment. In the first wave, we have, it's an industrial society. It's static, stable, predictable, and education provision is centralized under the manpower planning. In the second wave, it's commercial. It's more market-oriented. And in the third wave, it's a lifelong and multiple development society, fast-changing society with globalization, technological advancements, and educational provision and content mainly characterized by globalization, localization, and individualization. Regarding the reform movements, we have the first wave, effective education movement, where we just try to improve the internal processes in our school, and in the quality education, we try to ensure the quality of the educational services provided. And in the third one, it's ensuring that students acquire the multiple and sustainable forms of development for the students and for the society as a whole. The conception of effectiveness, we do take into consideration the internal effectiveness of the institution in the first wave, the interface effectiveness in the second, which means we just focus on satisfying the needs of the customers. And the customers here refer to the parents as well as the students. In the third wave, you have relevance to the multiple and sustainable forms of development offered to students. And the role of the education institutions, a delivery model in the first wave. It's a service model, so again, in the second wave, it's a little bit market-oriented, which means that I'm trying to meet the satisfaction of the stakeholders. And the third one, it's a facilitating role. We try to ensure that students are equipped with all the competencies they need in order to be able to provide sustainable development to their communities. The nature of learning, in the first wave, students are just trainees. They just receive information from the teachers or the books. And the second wave, it's more about, again, a client or a stakeholder. And the third wave, it's a self-initiated CMI learning. What is CMI? CMI is contextualized multiple intelligences. This is the highest level of learning for the future. The nature of teaching, in the first wave, it's a knowledge and delivery instruction. We just provide them with the instruction according to our planned goals. And the second one, it's a service provision. You just provide services in order to satisfy the expectations of the stakeholders. And in the third one, it's facilitation of multiple and sustainable forms of development. Please take your time to read them after we finish, because I won't be able to cover all of that. The nature of teacher effectiveness, I evaluate the effectiveness of the teacher in the first wave in terms of whether they have achieved the goals or not, or the process of the teaching and communication with parents, or the absence of problems. Do they have problems? If yes, it means that they are not effective. If no, it's okay. But in the second wave, we move to the resource model, that is satisfaction model, and the accountability model. And the third one, it's the tribalization model. Tribalization focuses on providing learners with opportunities in relation to globalization, individualization, and localization. Globalization means that I provide learners with, let's say, learning experiences associated with technology, or sharing experiences with students from other countries, or using technological advancements in general. In the localization, it means I need to connect what they have learned to the local context of the country. Which means that we need to give them the chance to have, let's say, a cultural development, to be connected to the society they live in. And the individualization, it means I meet their needs, regardless of their competencies and skills. The second point is contextualized multiple intelligence model and the continuous learning model. So again, which means that we need to train them on how they can learn and become self-regulated learners. So the second point is about leadership. So in the first wave, as you can see, leaders just focus on achieving the planned goals. So when we try to, let's say, assess or evaluate them, we have here different patterns. We have instructional leadership, we have curriculum, structural, human leadership, and micro-political leadership. Micro-political means that leaders can use different forms of, let's say, techniques, maybe formal or informal, in order to achieve their goals. In the second wave, we have interface leadership. Here comes in the strategic leadership and the environmental and community leadership, public relations leadership, and brand leadership. So you can assess your leaders based on these aspects. In the third wave, we have the tribalization leadership, and again, the tribalization means globalization, localization, and individualization, which means that leaders need to make sure that learners are provided with these three opportunities. The multi-level learning leadership, so leaders do not just focus on one aspect, but there are different aspects of leadership they need to take into consideration. Sustainable development leadership and paradigm shift leadership. So as leaders, we need to think about what we need to change in our education system. What are the strategic plans that we need to introduce in order to improve, in order to move to the third wave paradigm? So quickly, again, we have the nature of classroom. It's side-bound, and the second one, it is side-bounded as well, but teachers try to provide students with competitive learning opportunities, like, let's say, something that is good compared to other schools. And the third one, it's unbounded. The ICT in the first wave is a new tool. The second one, it's a competitive tool, which means that I use the ICT in order to improve the quality of my education services. And in the third one, it's an innovative technology, which means, again, we can use this in order to provide learners with globalized, localized, and individualized learning opportunities. The role of education research, if we do research in the first wave just to provide the necessary knowledge for, for improving the internal processes, in the second one, for improving the quality, in the third one, we focus on achieving, again, the predetermined points. The relevance to students' sustained learning, again, we can actually read this later because it will take time if you're interested in conducting research associated with the three waves. These are some limitations if you are interested to take them into consideration. And the last point, and I will leave you, the trends of education reforms for future effectiveness. Yes, we have different forms of let's say, reform over the years. There are many differences, however, there are some common points. These are 9 trends of education reform at any, let's say, form of reform. So at the macro level, we have re-establishing national vision and education aims, restructuring the school system, market driving, privatizing and diversifying education. At the meso level, meso means middle, parental and community involvement. At the site level, we need to ensure quality standards and accountability in education, school-based management, development of teachers and principals, and at the operational level, we need to take into consideration the paradigm shift in teaching, learning, curriculum, and IT and new technology in education. And that's the reflection question. So to what extent our current policies and practices implementation facilitate the paradigm shifts from the first and the second towards the third one? So you can think about this. because the answer to this question will help you know what's needed, what's next. I'm going to do this myself. And these are the references I used. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will be starting my session now, and I'll try my best that we can keep it within 15 minutes. But if not, then we'll try to continue after lunch as well. But I don't want any interruptions. So I know when we are speaking, we are discussing things, then we are already coming up with ideas. There is no point of interrupting that process. So I'll try my best, as I said. It is a challenge to cut a 45 minutes long presentation short into a 15-minute session, but I'll try my best. I have asked for help. Sorry? I did. Sorry. So I have already asked help because this is very important that I do not leave the participants without proper guidance and help, because this is a very important topic. So I have requested John and Reese to help me. Reese will be moving to those last two groups, and he will be facilitating them once I'm done with my first two slides. And John will be helping here. If Nitin and Ahmed, you can move to Andy's table, I think that would be fantastic. Dua, if you can also move to Fatma's table, because I have sent you the presentation. I have. So you will check your email, you'll find it. Don't worry. Even on the WhatsApp, you have it. Okay? So now I think we are, do not sit if you are only two on one table. Could you join the back group with Mr. Asad very quickly? Yes? Okay, yes. Are you going to join that group because Mr. Reese is also moving there? Yes, last group over there. Last group, Faisal group, yes. Thank you. Yeah, yes. Okay. Thank you so much. So let me just put my slide on and just give me 1 minute. In the meantime, because that's my first question anyway, would you like to think about what exactly is it that we need when we are planning for a successful school year? What is it that we need? What information do you need when you are planning for a successful school year? That's my first question. So I would leave you with that question to start talking about it in your groups while I'm setting my slide up, okay? I'm repeating again. What information do you need to plan for a successful school year? What information do you need? It's just a brainstorming question. So very quickly, because I threw that question as I was setting up the slide, I threw that question at you before, and I asked you quickly, just a brainstorm, very, very quickly. Tell me one thing from each table. What information do you need for a successful school year to plan? Yes. What do you need to plan?
The environment, the building.
Okay, environment, excellent. Can I have one indicator from your group, Andy? Sorry.
Baseline data.
Baseline information, that's right. What about you?
Infrastructure.
Infrastructure, very good. What about your group here? Anything? How can we plan for a successful school year? What do we need? What information?
If you've got baseline, you need targets.
You need
Targets.
targets. If you have baseline, now you can set targets. That's correct?
It's the same objectives.
Objectives, targets, objectives. What do we need to achieve? And how do we define success? That's another question. We'll come to that later. Anything from your group over there? What do you think we need? What information do we need to plan for a successful school year? Admissions number. There you go. Thank you for saying that. You do need to know how many, and that's connected to objectives, but that's very specifically mentioned. Objectives, numbers, the number of admissions is very, very important. Anything else that anyone else wants to mention here that we missed? Looks like everybody knows it, so I'm going to move to some key indicators. For successful planning, we do need some key indicators right in front of us. You need information on what is our fee bracket. You need information on what is our curriculum. How exactly are we going to teach it? What grade levels we are operating? Is it a gender-based school? So what grade level, which gender? Subjects, what subjects are we offering? If there's a choice of subjects, because you need to plan for all of it, right? If you do not plan for subjects, for example, you do not know if you're offering science or art stream, do you think you will be successful at the end of the year? If you do not know if you are going to take admissions for only girls or boys, and what are you licensed for, do you think you will be successful? You need all that information, right? And you do need local context. You need to know how to be compliant. What are the requirements from the Ministry of Education or any other local authorities? You do need to know about this. Is there a specific number of lessons that is required? Is there a specific number of students per class measurement? You need to have all that information to make sure that you have a successful school year. And by the way, that local context could be different for all countries. It will be different in Tunis, it will be different in Bahrain, it will be different in Saudi Arabia, it will be different in Dubai, where we are operating at the moment. And of course, we need to know what our budget is, right? We need to know where are we going to spend money, what are our key priorities. Are we going to spend money on dinners? Or are we going to spend money on sending teachers to conferences or professional developments, which is more important? What exactly is our priority? Fawad is laughing because we had a very detailed discussion about it. So yes, dinners are good. From HR perspective, they will say, this is a key indicator for motivation. So yes, we will keep them. But you need to know which percentage of money you have to keep for dinners. You can't be just spending it all over your dinners. You have to keep for main priorities, which is professional development, in the case that I'm thinking right now. And there you go. You need to have information. How many strong teachers do you have? How many teachers do you have who are ready to be developed? How many teachers do you have who have absolutely no willingness to be developed? And no matter how many years you are going to keep them with you, they are going to fail. So you need to have all that information. But that information is not a very casual piece of information. This is a tried and tested piece of information. For example, if you are looking at the strengths of your staff, strengths and weaknesses of your staff, you cannot just make that decision based on 3 walkthroughs and maybe 1 formal observation in a year. That would be unfair. Maybe the teacher was just having a bad day. Okay, so this is very important that you triangulate, and that's why the minimum number that we set for you for observing a teacher formally was 3. Well, in some cases 2 if a teacher is really good and you do trust that teacher, but if it's a weak teacher or if it's just a satisfactory teacher or acceptable teacher, or a number 3 teacher, I'm just speaking all the terms that we have introduced to you. If it's a number 3 level teacher, you then need to make sure that you do observe that teacher frequently. While a number 6, a teacher who is ranked on number 6 may not require that many frequent visits. And then yes, the power of feedback that John just beautifully highlighted in his session, that's the key here. All that information is required to make your school year successful. If any of these indicators are missing, what is going to happen? What's going to happen? We will not meet our targets, right? We will not meet our objectives.
Lower level, Mrs. Sahar, lower level of education has to be provided from the school.
That's right. So we have to provide better level of education. Okay? Now I'm going to move to this question. Conscious of time, I'll ask you to just quickly look at the question and let me know what you think. We talked about fee, we talked about local authorities and compliance, we talked about admissions target, we talked about gender, we talked about everything. But are we talking about what do your students need? What community are they coming from? Because there are schools, and John and I, because we visit the classrooms also, we observe your teachers also, we know for a fact there are students who are outperforming their teachers. And there are students who are very, very badly struggling right now. So we need to know where our strengths are. Where our teachers are outperforming where our students are outperforming our teachers, we need to make sure that our teachers are at power. We need to make sure our teachers are trained, given support, coaching, guidance. And where our students are struggling, we need to still coach our teachers to ensure they are reaching those students. Okay? I have now, which is what Reese is going to do. He's going to help these 2 tables with the data, because he has it on the slide has already been shared. On this table, where Ms. Abir is sitting, I would suggest, Abir, if you can just look at your WhatsApp, so if you look at slide number 4, okay, only Abir's group. Reese knows which slides he's working on, and also Andy knows, because I put on the slide Andy's group, so Andy knows. So that group, those slides that Andy's looking at, if you can join his table, you will be able to look at his slides in his group. Because I'm going to consider you. John, if you can just combine them. That's great. I'll be actually placing it here. So that your group leaders, Mr. John and Mr. Reese, will be walking around with only 2 questions, which we have only 5 minutes for. Question number 1, what is this information telling you? This is slide 1 for information. This is another slide, and you can look on the top, it says females. Then we have male results for the same subjects. We then have another graph, which is about attendance. It's telling us something. This is Andy's group, which is being facilitated by John. This is telling us something more. So what basically you need to do, you need to tell us what are you understanding from this information. What is this data telling you? Is it making any sense? Is it giving you any information? Then what is that information? You only have 5 minutes to discuss this, by the way.
just confirm, we're on slide 8. We're working on slide 8, management.
5, 6, 5, 6.
Is 8, yeah.
This is your slide. This one on this slide. Only this one. What is this slide telling you? Come on this side, please. Your chairs.
Has anyone got one? Right, come on in. Who's got it? Guys, come on. You read it out. What's it saying we think the reading school.
Yes, no, not this one.
During COVID, they weren't able to have practice. Example in the UK, there's a study up north which shows that there's a big difference in UK success. For example, some people perform way better than the rest of the UK, cause more wealth than some people. During COVID, they all had tutors, whereas kids in Wales and Northern England with their families and council centres could afford to have tutors, so the gap is bigger.
This class is having low attendance. That's the reason why we contact teachers.
In general, also.
So that's your action. Will contact the parents. That's your second action. Exactly. That's your third action. Right? Then you will have reports from the schools. That's the fourth action. This is action.
Charge teacher are wrong. Be careful.
I'm just a bit concerned. We're looking at insertion. So we've got the magnitudes. Is that what we're looking we were getting there.
Summarize what these indicators tells us. So what actions we need to enhance the students' level based on these results?
Based on these results, they
so let's write a general bulletin point. Number one, we would like to remedy plan. Remedy plan for not all things. For a specific reason. For example, the highest are focusing on the students' needs. But I think that we need to focus on the teaching because the teachers' needs. Yeah, revised PD plan.
Okay, so I understand that you were already reaching a point where you were talking about actions. I'm very, very interested to know what do you think this information told you in your groups? What was your understanding of this data, this information? And then what is the next step? That's very important because I was just talking to this group here that many times we are only looking at, yes, I need attendance data, I need data on academic achievement, I need data on health and safety, but are we really using that data to make future decisions? So I would like to hear you know, some of the actions that you could think of. You don't have to go in details, but let's just make sure that we do have one or two very important points raised by each group in terms of what actions are you going to take. Okay? So John, over to you for your group.
Okay, so we think the first thing was obviously to identify what the data was saying to us as a group. And of course the most important person to be informed of that would be sharing that with the teacher, so that they can then work on weaknesses there. They can have a good overview of how they think that they can support and develop students from there. The next, which follows on really well, is obviously providing the teacher with extra support and with extra training to make sure that they can take that action and implement it. That would then lead to lesson planning. So once they've got that extra knowledge, once they've got that extra experience, then they would obviously adjust the lesson planning. Then we then talked about how perhaps individual students could then gain support. So it then goes into applying an extra session a week, the use of expertise in terms of interventions, whether that's an enrichment or an extra session, and then the monitoring. And of course, once we've gone through that whole cycle, then we go back to number one and see if the problem has been solved. But there's some great
much.
Thank you.
Because we really wanted to look into actions, and moving forward, whenever we are having a meeting, we will always be looking at solutions and actions, because thinking forward requires action planning. If we're only looking at what is wrong, that's not going to solve our problem. We know what is wrong, let's fix it. Okay? So I'm going to hand over to Dua, because she has the attendance slide that she was working with.
I guess it's a kind of self-evaluation, so we're going to have a look at what's going on, then we could fix it. Here in the attendance data, we find out that certain grade level has more absentees there. So this is grade 9 especially, so we need to find out what's wrong there. We could also compare between the attendance of boys and girls. There might be some academic level deficiencies or something wrong in the learning environment. We should find out what's happening here in this grade especially. That's it. I can give an example here. For example, using Classera. So as we find some resistance from the parents after the pandemic, we find out that not all of them are interested in having a technical support from a platform like this. They are telling like, we're physically attending, why to use this platform anymore? We don't want anymore to use it. So having this data from Classera would help us to find out where is the problem exactly, so we could follow to just solve this problem.
Thank you so much. And that's why we are spending a very generous amount of budget in these tools and apps that are getting us all this information. I'm just going to bring the microphone to Ms. Abir because she was working on the same slide. You can share some actions.
Yeah. In this case, of course, I have to check if the absent students are the same students or not. Because if they are the same students, I have to work on this moment. To check the cases.
That's an action, very specific one, good.
After that, of course, I have to talk with the parents and make some meetings with them to take or to put a plan to solve if anything inside the school or out the school at home. Because of course, I think this is a very important point to solve with the students.
Now, what I really like about her point is that she kept it very simple, because sometimes when we are having information and we are making, the actions are very complicated, it's not achievable. So it's very important that we break it down and we know exactly this is done, letter sent to the parent, meeting done with the parents, rewards announced to the students that if their attendance is high, we are giving them this trophy or that certificate or whatever it is. So it has to be broken down to very simple actions, so it's achievable. Thank you, Abir. I'm going to hand over the microphone to you. To who? Okay. So what was your slide telling you?
Yeah, concerning the slides that reveals the results concerning language. So we have concluded that in the boys section there are a lot of students or a high percentage of weak students, especially in grade 8. There is a high percentage of the students that needs help. And based on the needs that they would like to help the schools to enhance and develop the academic level of each grade level. So we need to revise our BDs, the training session that are be held to the teachers, and also to revise or to create a remedy plan for the students based on the academic level or needs in the weak points that we have.
So we're coming to Reese's group.
The main takeaway we took from ours was the data showed that younger students were far worse than the older students. I came to the conclusion that's probably related to COVID. A lot of students lost 2 years of COVID, learning during COVID. Whereas the older students, the data shows that they perform a bit better. They have more independent learning skills. They were able to, during the COVID pandemic, to stand up for themselves, whereas younger students didn't have that luxury, weren't able to. So the data shows that, especially grades 4 and grade 6, are the two worst affected years. So to address that, we could put more enrichment on for students, using IEPs for students, find out what skills they're lacking on, and where we can address these through teacher training, through CPDs, making sure that teachers understand how they can address the inadequacies in the teachers. So that's
Thank you so much, Reese. Now, along with, as I'm pointing out, about the actions that are very, very important once you have information, once you have data, but also there are success indicators. Like, remember I said, how are we even defining success? Of course, the financial team will tell you that it's the number, the admissions number, the revenue generated. I'm trying to learn what Fawaz says all the time, and it's been a great learning just attending 1 or 2 of his meetings with the schools. But let me show you very quickly, from the academic point of view, this is exactly how we can get information, for example, students' attendance rate, and we just looked at it. Rate of serious misconduct or violence, behavior data. We have a list of information that you will be able to use if you want to plan for a successful school year. It's very important that you do not miss out on any of these indicators because these are all important and equally important. And then number 2 is student performance, which we just looked into in detail because for some of our colleagues it's the very first time they're looking into this kind of data analysis. So thank you so much. You can read the detailed points. I know there was a lot written here because I didn't want to miss on anything, but we can, I have already shared my presentation with you, and I will encourage you to please use the form. I know the QR is still for the yesterday. I will be still sharing it with you through WhatsApp. If you can just send me some questions, if you still have some questions, I would love to answer. Thank you so much. The next we have I will hand it over to Sahar Kanati.
Where is Sahar? Where is Missy?
Can you check? So we're ready for the next activity.
Where's Missy?
agenda, Sahar, it's my session and Darren and who else? That's it? Okay. So hopefully after the lunch break, we're going to have 2 more sessions remaining. Darren would have his session about managing change in an organization. Then it would be my session about the art of complaining, and we will try to really make it short so we don't keep people like waiting for long after the lunch break. Before that and before we break for lunch, again, I would like to thank you all for making it and be all here during a weekend, despite all your family commitments, and also those who were not able to make it and they've attended with us over the past few days, Jeanette, Darren, Roger, I'm not sure who else was online with us, but thank you to all of them to be really eager to follow what we are doing, to understand, to be clear where are we moving next. I just want to make sure that before I start my session that people here are fully aware. We as a Britus, what is our overall objective, what is our overall strategy, and where we are aiming to reach over, I would say, the coming 1 or 2 years, and not after 5 or 10 years, because we are really need to move fast on so many aspects of our targets and I would say upscaling and upgrading our operational outcome. It was definitely a tough year, I would say, to most of us. Endless working hours, long week, long months. I don't know, it was just last November when we had the same gathering in Bahrain, and when Sahar came to me in October, Fatma, November is next month, and we need to arrange again for that gathering. During that year, I'm definitely sure that most of you, if not all of you, devoted all the required, I would say, efforts, devoted all the required support to their team member, to us as a Britus, to make sure that we are successful through our journey. Some of you were able to, I would say, to stand out. They were outstanding. They were overperformed. And again, when I said overperformed, unfortunately last year, none of the school, even this year till now, have really met their financial targets. Yes, some of them are closer to others, but we still need to work around with Fawad, with the principal, to make sure that we land safely on our target, which is something, it's not that it's Fatma's choice, I'm pushing people, or I want these number because it's at the end, it's like a business that I own. No, it's a whole corporate strategy, shareholders, as we've mentioned. So I would like to take this moment to thank few of our colleagues, and maybe I would have to say why we are thanking them and what different things they've done compared to others for them to be, I would say, deserve these awards. As I mentioned, none of these awards are based on financial performance because none met the targets, but are the things that we really, I would say, would like to share with you all. So I will start with first person, Dua. So, yeah.
You're twinning.
So again, as I mentioned, it's not about financial performance. During the past 2 years, you all could see myself, I came very closer in dealing with lots of you, whether it's through our meetings, whether it's through our daily interactions. I could see how people react to issues, handle parental complaints, how people are focused on their targets, how people are willing to really change. They are eager again to implement those change fast. And Dara was one of these people, to be honest, that I would say, if I will put a scale of 10, again, for a non-financial indicator, she met and exceeded most of these targets, and I wish you also this year, Dua, that you continue with all the great efforts and inputs that you are doing. The second person, I think where is our Mohammed Deshti? Winner? So whenever I say Mohammed Deshti in Saudi, for people who really deal a lot with him, they appraise him for his attitude. So again, Mohammed Fahmy as a person. So Mohammed Fahmy, again, if the team were here again, while I mentioned Deshti, Sarah, all the people, even the people at Saudi level dealing with him, it's not about financial results only, it's about the attitude. It's about a person being there. I can't recall calling Mohammed weekends, holiday, midnight, 2 a.m., 1 a.m., anytime he is there. I don't think he switched off his even WhatsApp. I will send a message if it's like 1 a.m. He will respond tomorrow. 1:15 I got the response. Mohammed done. I'm on it. We'll do it first thing in the morning. It's all there. So this is what I need from you all to really devote again all the required support. Definitely, I would not say some people are workaholic, and I don't want you to all end up having imbalanced life. You need to maintain the balance, but I need to appraise all these willingness to support. Mohammed started with a different function with us. He started as an accountant. He moved to supporting in operations, supporting in HR, and to be honest, in all these functions, he's providing the required support. Third name, it's again a person who new to the organization, despite being a young lady again. She started with a task, then throughout the tough time, pandemic, lockdown, supporting different people at a different level of organization. She also showed lots, I would say, of a positive attitude toward accepting load, to multitask. She would never tell me, Fatma, I'm only handling this. She would never tell Faisal or the team, it's not my job. No, she is willing to help. She is willing to support. I know that these people, which we could again, the references and what the names we've got, it was a combination of our own assessments and interactions, and also the feedback we received from the parents on how people are really delivering on their tasks. So this person is Lama. So Lama again started with us as a receptionist support, moved to admissions, supporting with marketing, supporting with HR, supporting with event preparation, stays long hour, weekend, and again, this is a caliber that again I'm sure will have a good future working with the team if she's remained the same with the same attitude and the same commitments.
Well done.
The person I'm going to call the name now is not with us today, and unfortunately this person is also leaving us in a couple of months. But that person, despite being out and not with us over the past, I would say, 3 months, was with us every day with all the support, with all the help, with again, I don't know how even I would phrase it, and this person is Marwa Yassin. Big support to her, despite the time difference. She is in Australia, she's attending all the meetings. I can't recall that she's missed any meeting. Checking with the team, everybody in the school, she is there as if nothing changed. Although as a person, she resigned, she left the country. She could say, okay, let them live with it. But she was very keen that I will never let this school unless a replacement is coming. And the replacement, inshallah, she will be joining Faisal. It could be a couple of weeks. Yes, and Marwa herself make sure after our recommendation that she interviewed the person and she was comfortable that that person can continue and lead what she started. The other person, again, I'm again repeating, it's not about financial, it's about so many factors, including ability to grow, to change, to support, positive mindsets, attitude. So that person is Samah al-Hajjad from Rawda. So Samah, again looking at, sorry, just need to drink water.
You are just focusing on pictures, not your... No. I have one extra.
Yeah, Joey.
So whenever people calls me, unfortunately, it's like 80% they need help, or it's a complaint most of the time, which I'm very happy to receive it, to be honest, because when I hear from people, I can understand where I can support them better. It could be called complaint, but for me, no, people reaching out when they need help, and I feel happy that I can be there, can help them wherever I can. Samah maybe was the only guy who, when he, like one of the dates, when he called me, I think we've met, he was maybe one of the very few people which told me, Fatma, I want to grow with this organization. I know that I need to be spending more on my training. I need to get the support from Britus to be a better person, to be a better version of myself, to support you all. Since then, I think with the support of the Fawad, Ahmed, and I think they're dealing with him on a very closely way. And again, it's not about financials, accuracy, numbers. It's about all other things, that you can see it in a person that is willing to change and that is willing to grow with an organization. So thank you, Sarah. Okay, now, okay. I usually, again, believe that we all go through tough time. I'm sure none of us here who've reached to all these senior positions, we've reached because we've like woke up one day and guess what? GFH decided, Fatma, you have nothing much to do, let me put you as a CEO for Britus. It will not happen like this. We need to earn it. We need to prove that we can really handle it. We need to make sure that we will never let our management down. We will be there all the time for them. We go through, I don't know how to put it even in a phrase, the pressure and the tremendous issues that we go through it, but we've made it. We've made it out and we became a better version of ourselves. Through each obstacle, each problem that we receive or that we get, we end up being a stronger and a better person. So during the past few months, and I think since last year, not all of the schools are facing the same problem. Some of the schools have different kind of a problem. Could be parents, could be regulator, could be building, could be cultures, or could be combinations. And I could see that different people had ability to handle different issues themselves. Today, I'll ask you all, who is in charge of the single largest number of our students in the group? Which school is handling the most number of students? Britus Bahrain. So the next is Andy. No. So, thank you very much, Andy. So, Andy, again, I can't explain how much he have to really go through during the past, 4 or 5 months? But to be, So, thank you, Andy, dear. So, with all what happens, and this is again very normal, it's part of our daily life. If you have a day without a problem, which means we are doing nothing, we are just sitting idle. What I've liked with the approach, with what happened, is that I get to know him better. He's a person that you will see him positive, smiling, there to support despite all the issues. Yani Andy, one of the things which and Andy, by the way, it's not me that or the team, it's the tremendous positive feedback from the parents. Despite the toughest time, all the issues, school with 2,300 students, Andy is there to meet parents. Andy is there 6:15 a.m. in the door, welcoming the students. So students are leaving. Andy, with his PA, with the SLT team, whether it's Onia, Rob, I'm sure Reese now, they are all there. So they've provided a very unique and different culture that the parents never, I would say, experienced in our school in Bahrain. The way again, that I would this is my self-judgment, the way that Andy is becoming more and more and more experienced, and the way he's handling and reacting to this issue, day after day. We all start facing the problem first time, we don't know what to do. But with time, we will be experts. We know how to do it. How he can focus on priorities, how he can really communicate well. His, again, weekly newsletter, I think I've never got any appraisal from parents in my life about a weekly newsletter. So weekly newsletters goes out, tells you what happened during the week, each grade level, and there is like usually a letter from the principal. The way he communicates, and he's transparent with the parents, and this has built a lots of trust around the school, really transformed where we've been 2-3 years ago and today. So thank you very much, Andy, for all the great work. And I'm sure that it didn't happen without Nitin's support, but I have also, to be honest, to really reflect on this. طبعا we have also, to be honest, with the Andy's team again, through the tough time of admission. I think his school is the school with the highest number of admission this year. I think it's around 700? 688. 688. It's a detailed process, people coming, it's ministry, and so it's very lengthy. And he had, to be honest, support from so many people. But again, usually in such a time when you have a lots of load, parents coming, you would hear at least the parents saying, Fatma, we went to the admission department and guess what? She screamed at us, or she ignored us, or they've not. But the surprising part was that I think there are 3 of them are not here. Sarah Saada, Bayan al-Musawi, and Fatin Mohammed. The 3 admission team working with Andy, we've all received, I would say, a very positive feedback from the whole people about them. Again, this will not mean that it's a perfection. We've reached the perfection level, no. But they were again able to handle, to react in a good way to our parents, that even if they would not register or they are leaving and withdrawing their paper, they will still appraise the service, the quality of people that we are having. And the last person from Britus International School, Bahrain, which she's again is not here, is Onia Clark. طبعا Onia, maybe lots of you don't know her. I think she's what, 1 year with us? More than 1 year?
Just over 1 year.
Just 1 year. So again, only at so many things, being there for people, although I would say there is no perfection. Sometimes you would receive negative, positive, but I usually would try to weigh the overall. I would never take a 1, 2, 3 instance to judge a person. No, I would never, this is the way I think. I usually look at the holistic picture. If the good things and the better performances outweigh a couple of instances which for me could be ignored, I would look at that part. Onia, to be honest, again, she played, I would say, a vital role in transforming our preschool. For all the people who've been in the school 3 years ago and they will go to the preschool department today, the classroom, they will feel how she contributed and how was her input. And this was done only in 1 year. So we are really appraising her again for all the commitment. She's again a mother living, I think, alone even in Bahrain without her husband, with a single child, but still she is there, she's around, she's working, and she's devoting all the required thing. The other 3 names also, unfortunately, they are not here. I wish طبعا that person was here. It's Roger, our principal, Sheffield School. طبعا Roger. So Roger, last time I think Dua, you and your Faisal, you went to the school, you've met him? Okay, so you've seen the school now. I wish you had the chance to visit the school 3 or 4 years ago. Today when you go inside the school, it's the same building, it's maybe the same furniture, same people, some change, but it's a totally different spirit. He would transform the place to be a lively, positive, energetic place with the way he managed, with the way he handled all these details things. I can't recall that I've ever visited the school and there is a parent who is coming for registration unless Roger is with them. He's taking them around, he's showing them the school, he's putting all the time on all the efforts. And unfortunately, he was not able to be with us. He had to do an operation. But again, I would like to thank him for all the good things. I think the inspection recently, it was another, I would say, great accomplishment, irrespective of what could be the end result, but they were able to really demonstrate lots of hard work and input that they contributed. Then we have Zubair Khan, which is the facility manager in Sheffield. Again, hard-working, committed, lots of change, upgrade and regulation in the UAE. I think like what's happening in Saudi. But he was there all the time to support the school, devote, I would say, beyond the required working hour, beyond, maybe even over the weekends. He's there most of the time, just to make sure they deliver on time, they don't miss deadline, and I don't think he'd ever I never spoke to him in my life. But I could see the outcome when it's reported and when it's coming to life. Then we have Steffi Abraham, which is our head of inclusion, and I would like Sahar Jelani to say why she's been recognized in action.
So as Fatma said, that if you had visited the school 2 to 3 years back, it would have been a different school. One of the points that was really, really weak at the school was provision for students with special needs. In UAE, it is law that you have to accept children with special needs. You cannot turn them away. You cannot say, oh, we don't take children with special needs. So you have to. But there wasn't the provision, there wasn't the effective practice in that school, which was pointed out. This girl, and she's a young girl, she came on board last year. It's been like 2 years almost, or 2.5 years. She's been with the school, and she has turned everything around. She is brilliant, creative when it comes to resource and space management. Within 2 classrooms, she has created occupational therapy, this, that, all those corners that actually require a lot of, professional redo. She has done all of it on her own. She has led her team perfectly. She has assessed students. She has made sure every teacher in the school is aware of those children's levels and can provide support. She has been very, very accommodating with the parents, very, very, I would say always available to the parents if there is any question, especially to the parents who are at denial. Remember Ms. Jenna talked about denial? So she has been highly, highly commended by the chief inspector in the recent inspection. As Fatma said, we don't know what the end result would be, but this was one highlight. That guy could not stop praising Steffi for her achievement, so we are calling her our inclusion champion, really.
Then we have our special needs school. We have Sarah Jane, a teacher. Again, a teacher working with special needs students all the time. It's required totally different type of skill. And Sarah was one of those teachers, which, to be honest, and again, I know that Sahar might have more stories to share about, but she was really exceeding the expectation and the way she used to handle her task and deal with the kids. We have also Fatma Mahfoud, the teacher assistant. It's again dealing with some special need is not an easy task. Being an assistant teacher, she delivered beyond what we would expect from a person at that level, and she deserves that.
They are the first ever teacher and TAs selected by our panel here.
They're the first one, so we're kind of writing history here. Sarah Jane and Fatma, they're the ones, Fatma, right? That's the name. They are the first TA or teachers ever in our entire history who are being rewarded at this level. So I think this is a big achievement.
This event, it's like for senior people, I would say. So because of their contribution, it's the first time ever that teachers and a TA being rewarded. So this is also tells everybody that good work, people will impact, they will be standing out and they can be distinguished. We have then from our best school, Emma. Again, she is a teacher. She also being, it's beyond being a teacher. It's teacher and educator and a person with all of her soul and emotion into her work. And she's been, again, it's not about only the parent, it's not about the colleagues, it's even when Sahar and the other teams, they go, they inspect, they visit, there is something different about these people. It shows in the way they are committed, in the way they are delivering their work. And last name, again, as I mentioned, I don't deal with lots of people, but I'm good in remembering names. I'm not good in remembering faces, unfortunately. So if I would say somebody would say, I know that he used to send this, used to do this, but I tend to forget faces, unfortunately. When we acquired the schools in Saudi, we were, again, I'll talk about my experience. Initially with our co-managers, we were limited of interacting with people from the financials and back office mainly. With time, as our managers, like we've changed the management and Britus became directly involved, I became more and closely working with our principals on all the schools to be able to manage and monitor the work. And I know at the same time we do have, I call them other people behind the scene. They also contribute, they also are hard workers, they also are committed persons. But how can we know that these people are there? It's all about when we go through a tough time and you have obstacles and you have issues, these people will stand out and will show their commitment and they will show that they are able to communicate much better than expected and make sure that they are keen to resolve issues. So the last person is Emil Ghamdi from Britus. يعني Emel, I think I've been in GFH called the mother of reminders. Nathan, expert Fatma in reminders. So usually I flag my things key to make sure that I remember, especially when there is a key task. I delegate, I make sure that Sahar, Mohammed, all of you, they are aware of their task. But sometimes it's me, I don't know, so again, my personality. I would say, let me check with Nathan. Have you done this? No, Fatma, today I will do it. Okay, it's 1 week overdue. No, not the true example, but it could be. Mohammed Fahmi, Mohammed, have you signed this? Oh no, tomorrow, but the deadline was set. So with time, I can know who will deliver in the future without me following. And this is something I need to test it myself to get to know people more. I find Emel, like she mastered this. The single things with the ministry, with the regulatory, she will make sure she communicates well, she communicates on time, she will make sure that she follows the people till the thing is resolved. It's not about reporting the things to management, to Muhammad, to Adnan, or to Abir. I have the problem. No, she will make sure that she put the time, the effort, to be very clear in what is required, maybe to sit also, explain to the regulator, to make sure these things are done. And to be honest, these sometimes people would say, okay, so it's a task and being closed. No. Regulatory issues could have a drastic impact on the organization. It could cause us losing our license. It could cause a damage to our reputation. So thank you, Amal, again, for all the really hard work. So thank you again to all of you. And I would like again to, my last word, the people that have been again appreciated, it's not only about hard work. I take myself as an example. I can work 20 hours a day, but I'm doing my job, but I'm becoming slower, so I'm spending longer time. Or I'm overloaded with so many tasks, I'm not focused, so I'm spending time, but what I'm delivering. What I've delivered this year that had an impact on the organization growth. People just merely working, I'm receiving my salary for being an employee and working, but where are the real impacts? So for us, we really want to award people who have real impact on their job, on what they are doing, and I'm sure next year there could be other names, more names. It's all depend on you as a person where you want to be and you want to reach. And once again, thank you very much to all, and I think we start the lunch. And we can please go to lunch. Thank you.
when we're talking about change, one of the first ones is it's about something being different. So it's about taking where you are and changing it, making it different. But of course, it has to be better, it has to be new, it has to be better, it can't just be more of the same. We need to be driving forward change to improve things, and ultimately, when we're improving, we're always improving things for the students. There is no point in changing if we're not changing things to make the students' education better, their welfare better, so on and so forth. So everything that we do when we're driving forward change in schools has to be centred around making the lives of our students and the education of our students better. And it's a process. And it's not always an easy process. Sometimes it can be very, very challenging process. But it's one that has to be led. Okay? Change is not something which will just happen organically, and I'll come on to talk about that in a moment. It is something that you really do have to lead, and there has to be a person at the top who's doing the leading. The change doesn't happen solely by that person, but there does need to be someone at the top who's leading that process. So look, one of the problems with change is it's a bit like herding cats, okay? You kind of start the process, and then something goes wrong, and then someone goes in the wrong direction. You've got to keep bringing them back and bringing them back and bringing them back. So I always say that the change management process is a little bit like herding cats, which is an English expression which you may have heard of. What we need to remember, those of us in senior positions in schools, and it's not just the principals, but also the senior leadership, vice principals, etc. We're in the change business. In education, we are in the change business, because we're in the business of taking students from where they are to where they need to be. But also as leaders, we're in the business of changing schools from where they are when we first join them, or where they are right now, to where they need to be. So I think if we consider ourselves as almost like the chief change officers in our schools, I think it's quite a nice way in to think about how you lead organisational change. So let's just imagine for one moment, this is Mike, he's probably not called Mike, I just made it up. So look, Mike's a new head teacher, a new principal, he's coming to the school, you can tell he's new, because his seat's nice and clean and he's got a nice shiny tie. And he's got a nice new haircut. He's coming to the school and he's full of hope for the future. He's full of great ideas that he's learned from his other schools where he's worked with really good principals, and he's really excited because he reckons he's going to be working with people like this, really motivated staff who are really on board, staff who are exactly where he wants them to be. Even though he's inherited these staff, these are the people that he really knows he's going to work with. What he tends to find very often when he starts is people who look more like this. So people who maybe have had a bit of a tough year previously, maybe people who have had problems with their own family lives, problems with their classes, so many things that people go through. And so often when we're talking about dealing with change and leading change, we are having to work with what we've got, and we're having to get on side and get on board the people that we have. I think this is really, really important to remember from the start. So, the challenge that we often have, and I'm starting with the negative, so I can then talk about the positive, because often this is what tends to happen when we're actually dealing with change. What will often happen is that we just get a kind of a lack of direction. We often come into a school and there's just a general sense of a lack of direction. No one quite knows what they're doing. Also, we will then maybe bring ideas in and bring new theories in and bring new practices in, but then maybe we don't get ownership, or we don't give ownership to the staff and the students and the parents in that process. There can often then be inconsistency with lots of people doing lots of different things. We then fail to communicate any changes, and so as a result, we either get ineffective or we get no change. And it's how we deal with these which is the most important part, the most critical part of the change management process. So look, what I'd like to do now, about the next sort of 15 to 20 minutes, is just give you 6 things 6 things that you can do, 6 steps that you can take, which are practical, which you can apply to your schools literally tomorrow, that I really hope that will help. These are steps that I take every single day when I'm working on turning around schools, and I've been doing this for many, many, many years. I've been working in schools both on an individual level and at a group level for many, many years, and I know these work. They're based on theory, but they're also based on practice. Okay, so number 1, you have to listen, you have to learn, and you must not judge. This is really, really important. Okay, so what I would suggest you do is this, and it doesn't matter how many years you've been in the school, you can literally be doing this from tomorrow. If you have the opportunity, and this is tough, if you've got a school of 2,500 students, it's very hard to see every single member of staff, but you can divide it up amongst your leadership team. You need to be seeing as many staff as you possibly can, okay, on a one-to-one basis. And that's not just teachers, that's your admin team, that's your cleaners, that's your catering staff, that is everybody in the school. Because everybody is important. Everybody's equally important in the school. There should never be a sense of teachers being more important than the security staff. That's absolutely not the case. Everybody has a part to play in how school is run effectively. And I will always ask them 3 questions. And I've been doing this for years. It works really, really well. First question I ask is, what makes this school worth working in? What makes you get up in the morning, get into school, and do your job? Yeah, that's number 1. And number 2, I'm not asking for what are the problems, I'm asking what stops you, the teacher, the cleaner, the caterer, whoever it is, what stops you from doing your job as well as you would like to? Because we all have aspirations, all of us want to do more, all of us want to be better, but often there are things that stop us that are out of our control. What are those things? Very different, a subtle shift from what are the problems, what do you think is wrong at the school? What stops you from being the best person? What stops you from being the best teacher, the best vice principal, the best principal? I'll always ask these questions. And the third question is, if you were me, in my position as principal, as vice principal, whatever, what one thing would you change? What one thing would you change overnight if you had the ability to do so? Now the other thing that's really important here, and I've seen principals fail because they don't do this. Never go in with a preconceived idea of what you think should happen, what you think the answer should be. Because they're going to know their part of the school better than you. So take the time and give them the respect to listen to them and actually learn from them. It's really, really important, because if you go into a meeting with this preconceived idea and you're immediately answering back and maybe being defensive, it never ever works. Literally say nothing. Ask those 3 questions and just make notes. You don't even need to follow up. It's a really, really powerful thing to do. Another thing that I've done, which links into this is really, really good for a staff inset session, is you give them 3 post-it notes in one colour, 2 post-it notes in another, and 1 in a third. And you can stick them on the back of their chair. And you get them to write 3 things that get them up in the morning, that get them into school. 2 things that stop them from doing their job properly, and 1 thing they would change overnight. And then you can actually stick them on the wall in 3 groups. Now the reason this is really powerful is this. The motivation, that's your mission, your vision, your values, your culture. Okay? That group of ideas, that forms the core, because those are the values, those are the things that your staff want to see and believe in the school. The second of those 3, what stops you from doing your job? Those are your strategic barriers, those are your blockers. Those are the things that if you unblock, means that people can do their job. They can teach their lessons, they can administer the school, they can keep the school safe, whatever it is. Those are the things that stop them from doing it. Those are your strategic blocks from getting from A to Z. And then the third become your quick wins. Because these are usually things that staff will think, if only this was better, then actually my job would be a little bit easier. So these are really valuable. This is, you're not paying lip service so that the staff feel you're listening to them. These genuinely help you when you're leading and managing change. Okay, now the second thing, This is something in a very, very famous book called Leading Change by John Cotton, one of my favourite leadership books. And this is very, very important for the change management leadership process. You have to be able to establish a sense of urgency, okay? You have to say, we have to change, there is no alternative not to change, okay? Because we're like the leaders are like the lady there, and then the staff are often like the horse, okay? People don't like to change. None of us really like to change. We're quite happy with people, most of us are quite happy to stay and keep things as they are. Okay, we just don't like change. Teachers generally, I know I was one for 15, 20 years, we actually don't really like change. So we can be a bit stubborn. So what you need to do is you need to actually establish a change agent, and here it's a cheetah chasing the antelope. I'm not suggesting you need to start being aggressive and chasing them with teeth bared. But you need to establish that sense of urgency. You need to establish the fact that you have to change, because if you don't, the alternative isn't worth thinking about. So the sort of things might be, enrolment falling. Okay, Fatima earlier talked about meeting targets. If your enrolment is falling, that's a real urgent need for change. There is something wrong if students are leaving and you're not replacing them. If staff are leaving, okay, there's a high staff turnover. There's a reason for that. There's a problem. We need to look at it. That's urgent. Because high staff turnover, we always need some staff turnover, of course, but high staff turnover, that can be a really big problem. There's an urgency there. Maybe staff morale is falling. That's urgent, because it then does tend to lead to staff leaving, or simply staff just not doing their job properly. Or maybe your exam results are falling, maybe your inspection result is not what it should have been. You have to establish the key reasons for change. Because if you come in and say, we're going to change just because I say so, they're like, well, who are you to tell me? But if you say, look, where our enrolment is falling, we have fewer pupils this day than last year, that's a big problem. That's something that we have to work on together, and I need your help. I say this a lot. And those of you from BIST who are on the YouTube live stream will hear me say this a lot. I need your help. I can't do this on my own. We have a problem, we have a concern, we have a challenge. I need your help in order to actually make this change. It's really, really important. Okay, number 3. You've listened, you've learned, you've worked out, you've worked out the reason why you need to change. The next thing that you need to do, you need to get the people around you. Who are going to be your people to drive this through? I need your help. People will then tend to step up. But you need to make sure you get the right people. I'll explain what I mean. Okay, you're going to establish through these initial meetings where you're talking to staff, okay, you're going to establish who are those people who genuinely want to join you on that journey. Because it is a journey, it's not always easy, but it is a journey. Who most actually needs to be brought on site, because there are going to be critical people that you want to bring on site. Okay? Who has influence? Maybe the staff who've been at the school for a long time, who have quite a lot of influence, either positively or negatively, inside the staff room. It's a very famous Godfather phrase, keep your friends close and your enemies closer. And I'm not saying you need to befriend enemies, and I'm not saying there should be enemies in the school, but you need to identify those people who can help drive forward the change, because they have already influence in the school. Don't just gather people who are yes men around you. You need to bring other people in on your side. So for me, it's probably the hardest part of the change management process, but it's one of the most important. Now, the fifth bullet point here, there will always be people who come to you, particularly when you're new into an organisation, and say, aha, I'm going to pitch my wagon to this guy, I'm going to join this guy, it's going to be in my best interests. You need to work out who are those people who have a student's interest most at heart. Because they're the people that you want on side. Because they're the people that are going to keep driving things through, because they're Okay, next thing then. So you've established the urgency, you've got people around you, you're keen, they're keen to change, they want to join you on the journey, they want to be part of this narrative, they want to be part of this change. The next thing is, start to establish a few quick wins. Now, a quick win is something you can bring in quite quickly, it's not going to cost very much money, it's not going to need a lot of strategic development, it's just something you can do quite quickly, and that third question that you ask is going to really help you. So it's things like really straightforward things I'll come on to in a moment, but why they're important. Okay, so number one, it's going to show that you're already there, you're already changing stuff. It's not just words, it's actually, you're doing things, you're acting. It's like, wow, I said such and such thing happen, it has. Okay, so if he's done this small thing, or she's done this small thing, what else can he or she do? So immediately establishes you so we can change stuff, get stuff done. It also establishes your authority and your credibility, because what's happened to this point is like people have been talking about how nothing ever changes, and all of a sudden you arrive and wow, things are changing. That's interesting. So there's something in this. Maybe this guy or this lady has some credibility here. But also it shows that you're actually someone who wants to make people's lives better, whether it be staff, students, parents, doesn't matter. You're wanting to improve things, and that will again further buy you credibility. So just these are just things I've done over the last many years, okay? And they're not representative particularly, and they're not even particularly exciting, but you'd be really surprised just how, and then none of them are expensive, really surprised just how much that can change this tool's atmosphere. Better coffee in the staff room, people are like, oh my goodness, you just turned up and all of a sudden I'm drinking really nasty coffee, it's got some decent coffee in the staff room, really small thing. People turn up to work the following week, and they turn their projector on, and they can, lo and behold, they don't have to dim the lights and close the curtains to see the whiteboard because there's a bright new bulb. Just really basic stuff. Go around and just say, okay, if you use old-fashioned whiteboard pens and rubbers, make sure that they work and that the rubbers work. Because so many schools I go into have got these dirty whiteboards. Really simple stuff. Your visibility, your presence around the campus, and this is something, again, Fatima mentioned Roger, really good. Roger does this so unbelievably well. I know Andy and his team do this really well. You're out there every morning, you're in front of the school, you're greeting the parents, you're shaking their hands, you're shaking the hands of the students, you're doing the tours, prospective families. These are quick wins, because it doesn't cost nothing, only your effort. But it's immediately establishing yourself as someone who's wanting to change things. Okay, and again, as I said, all of this builds your credibility. All of this, and your credibility is the single most important part of you as a leader. Okay, I cannot emphasize that enough. You can build it, you can lose it super fast, but you can build it back again. And it's all about getting the people on side, building the team, getting those quick wins in, and just slowly but surely building your credibility. Okay, number 5. This is a thing that most people fall down on, but it's actually probably the most simple. People get really hung up on vision and think it's this really complicated thing. They get really hung up on strategy. They're both very simple things. I'm trying to explain what I mean. Okay, just to go back then, the questions you asked, the first 2 questions you asked, the first one is going to help you with establishing what is the school's mission, vision, strategy, culture. The second one, about the blocks, is going to help you with the strategy. So what is vision? Well, vision, very straightforward, is where you're heading. Okay? It's where you want to go. Okay? It's the goal. Imagine I was thinking of it like, you go into Google Maps. You can only plot the route if you know where you're going. Google Maps will not show you a route unless you say what the end point is. So think about it like that. Your vision is where you're wanting to go at the end, whether it be in a year's time, 3 years' time, 5 years' time. In fact, we again mentioned earlier on the idea of your targets. You can't, 3 to 5 years is tough in a school. I was thinking you have a broad vision, but actually, what's your vision for the following year? Where do you want to get to in terms of enrollment, in terms of your revenue, in terms of your quality of education, quality of teaching, etc., etc. Have that very clear. This should be tangible. You should say. You should almost be able to touch it, to feel it. Don't have some vague vision statement. They're worthless. There are so many vision statements which are just totally meaningless. It has to be tangible. Your team have to know what it should feel like to reach that point. That's your vision. But again, it's not just about where you're going, but why. It goes back to the point of having to change. We need this vision, we need to reach this point, because if we don't, the alternative isn't even worth thinking about. Remember, there can be no choice. You have to achieve this vision. You have to aim for this vision. Even if you don't quite achieve it, you have to be aiming for it. And then when it comes to strategy, look, strategy is most simple. I'm here, and I need to get to there. I'm at A, and I need to get to Z, and I need to go on these steps on the way. And this is I know these stepping stones very, very well. This is very close to where I used to live in North Yorkshire. There's the Walton Abbey. And I think this is quite a good representation of what I mean by when you're working together to achieve a strategy. You've got a family here. Now, I can guarantee you, having walked on these stepping stones, those are quite wide apart. That little girl, she may end up falling in. Because you need the support of your team to take you from one step to the next. That's honestly a strategy. You just work out, I'm here, I need to get to there. What are the steps? And what will stop me from taking those steps? And there are usually two reasons. One's a time cost, one's a resource cost. Okay? Resourcing can be human or physical resourcing. I need to get to here. What are the things that are going to stop me, or what are the things that stop the school today to getting from here to here? What do I need to do in terms of resourcing to build the stepping stones to get me from here to here? That's basically strategy in a nutshell. So we almost become, in my kind of idea of what our role is in the strategic process, we're almost like the chief strategic unblocker. Because no one else is being able to do it till now, so it's our job to do it. And I think here there's some stepping stones and there's one missing. Our job is to put those stepping stones in place. That guy can't get across the river, so we have to put the stepping stone in place so they're able to continue on the journey from, in Jim Collins' terminology, from good to great, or maybe from satisfactory to good, or maybe from inadequate to good. You should never aim for satisfactory. You've always got to be good or better, wherever our starting point is. No one's been able to do it to now, so it's your job to work with your team to put those stepping stones in place. That is strategy in a nutshell. One other point that I wanted to make, and this feeds back to the point I made earlier about how you're building credibility. Because what you're also doing is you're building a positive organisational culture. If you come straight into a school with your pre-baked strategies that worked in your last school, this worked here, so I'm going to bring it in here. No one argue with me, I know this works, just trust me, it's going to fail. Because there's a very, very famous phrase in leadership, culture eats strategy for breakfast. You've got to get your organisational culture and health right first before you start to drive forward strategy. And that listening exercise and the assembling the team and the quick wins, all of that, and establishing the vision, all of that will help you build a culture, which means that your strategy you can drive forward. So for me, culture will always come first. And sometimes it might take a little bit of time to establish that culture. And people might say, well, there's nothing changing. There is. What we're doing is we're building the foundations so when we then act on the strategy, something actually happens. And it's long lasting, it's not just superficial. Okay, the final point then is the importance of communication. Okay? You've got to communicate. You have to over communicate. When I go into schools, and when I spend time in schools, particularly schools that are struggling, for whatever reason, the one thing that comes through time and time again, bad communication, both internal and then external. Internal among staff members and staff to students, and external to parents and other stakeholders. So many times I'm hearing it. We didn't know what was going on. No one told us. These things just happen and we've no idea why. No one ever asked our opinion. And so everyone's just totally in the dark. And the reason this happens is because leaders come in here with these really big ideas and they get really excited and they sit in a room together and they go, do this and do that, and this is going to be amazing, and this is going to change the world. And they forget that there are other people involved that their ideas are going to impact on. So it's only through communication and receiving feedback. Because remember, communication is two ways. Okay? Otherwise, it's just talking at people. Communication is always a two-way process. It should be a two-way process. Because if we don't do that, all of our big ideas will just fall totally flat. And I've been there, we've all been there when we first started in senior positions where we have these really great ideas and we read it in the book or we watch it in a video or we see it in another school and we're like, we'll do that, it'll change the world. And then we get really disheartened when it doesn't work. And the reason it doesn't work is because we forget to communicate. So you should never assume, ever assume that anyone can read your mind. They can never look inside your head. So you've got to make this very visible. You know, we talk about visible learning. You know, John Hattie's very, very famous book, which I really always urge people to read. But it's the same with visible leadership. We need to make our leadership decisions visible. We need to vocalise these decisions constantly, all the time, by putting the big shouty capitals at the top of the page there. Because if we don't, WhatsApp will. Okay? Repeat that. If we don't communicate, WhatsApp will. And we all know how undermining WhatsApp can be in schools. In WhatsApp groups, staff groups, parent groups. Because what happens is a vacuum happens where no one knows what's going on. It's always filled with chatter, always. So I would urge you, probably I put it number 6, but in many ways it's number 1. Everything you do, everything decision you make, you must communicate, communicate, communicate. How do you do it? Well, multiple channels. Never expect that one channel is going to be enough, because it never is. You need to make sure you're establishing regular staff briefings. And if you're not doing that, then that's a mistake. Don't just rely on, your email communication with staff. It doesn't do that. Make sure that when you're establishing change, you're bringing together working parties, you're bringing together committees, small groups of people who can then help you drive forward those changes. Things like newsletters, with parent newsletters, are always super, super helpful. Town hall meetings with parents, where you address all of the parents, these are really, really valuable things. However, sometimes you need to be a little bit careful, because when you get a question and answer with lots of parents, sometimes it can be a little bit combative, a little bit challenging. So just be aware that there are times where you should definitely do that, but there are also times when actually it's just for information sharing, just for presenting, and then if parents want to meet you afterwards on a one-to-one basis, then absolutely fine. And assemblies for pupils, of course, always make sure that you are communicating with pupils, students, about changes through assemblies. And again, as I said, comms is two-way. Always be prepared for feedback. So just for the last minute, just to finish up there. 6 things. Listen and learn, don't judge. Okay? Take the time to listen, take the time to learn, don't go in with preconceived ideas. Make sure you establish that degree of urgency. Make sure you establish your people, your team, the ones that are going to help drive through. It doesn't always have to be senior leaders. In fact, it shouldn't always be senior leaders. It should be people who genuinely want to help you and driving forward change. Make sure you establish those quick wins to build that credibility. Build the vision and strategy which then can really support you driving forward that change, and then make sure that everything that you're doing is communicated. Above all, don't forget, don't lose sight of the reason that you're there, the reason you're in that job, the reason you've been chosen to be a senior leader. You're there for the students, you're there for their education, you're there for their future, and you should never ever forget that, you should never lose sight of that. Never lose sight of your sense of humour. The last couple of weeks I've laughed an awful lot, often because things just get crazy, and they do. It happens to all of us. Crazy stuff happens in schools. Don't lose your sense of humour. People look to you, okay? People look to you to be the change agent. People look to you to lead the tone, the emotional, in every possible way, you're setting the tone for the entire school. And if you're stressed and your brows furrowed and you're walking around sighing all the time and you're like, oh my God, this is a disaster and this and this and this, that is not going to reflect well on your team. However you're feeling, however tough it is, you have to take a deep breath, smile, and don't show it. Show it to your rest of your leadership team, but the rest of the staff you really shouldn't. You've got to be that positive voice for change. And always seek for help. And Fatima mentioned this earlier on. Always look for help if you need it. You're not alone. The reason you're part of a group is that you can reach out to other heads, you can reach out to the Britus team. We will always help, never ever suffer in silence. So I hope that was helpful. I wish you all the best for the rest of the day and all of the best for the rest of the term. Thanks very much indeed.
You've got presentation. Hope that.
I'm going to open your presentation.
So this one?
This is forward, this is backwards.
So you are all looking forward to this final session, and inshallah we'll make it like short and quick. I know it's after lunch, all of you feel sleepy, but Adnan Ragat? So before, okay, so Sahar, you put it in the presentation mode, please. Okay, so this session, as it's named The Art of Complaining. Before starting anything, I would like to hear from you, what is a complaint and how we differentiate from complaints and people who share issues and seek support. So how we differentiate? A person who's coming seeking support, seeking advice. So how we differentiate?
Saying that a complaint is saying without any just a solution to another. But if I'm just adding the complaint, the suggestion for solution, so that's the way we're going to go out from the complaint itself to solution.
So we are saying that a complaint, it's again a person having an issue, but he's presented in a way where he's talking about the issue, but no solution. Okay, what if that person don't know what is the solution? And that's why he reached out.
You might ask for help. You might ask for help.
Okay, so in this situation, we will categorize the issue as a seeking support or help and not as a complaint, correct? Any other thoughts?
I've always believed that a complaint isn't a complaint unless it's in writing. Other than that, it's a concern, and there's a huge difference between a concern and a complaint.
Great. Any other thoughts? Sahar?
Well, I think that, yeah, you're right about concern and complaint, but I also feel that sometimes when people are not really sure about something or worried about something or afraid of something, that lack of knowledge and being insecure about that piece of information could also turn into a complaint.
Okay, let's put it differently. I'm sure all of us, it's a human nature. We do complain about things even sometimes without we feel. I'm sure most of us complain about few things today, if not so many things. So when somebody will, whenever, for example, we sit and chat, oh, I had lots of load today, and it's keep coming up in all our discussions. That person will be perceived that he is complaining about something. When I could hear from different people, again, not necessarily I'm talking about, and by the way, complaint does not necessarily needs to come from staff or subordinates or superiors, could even from parents, from students, from Ministry of Education, from so many people and so many different stakeholders. So when also, for example, whenever there is, I'll take Fawad life example because this is the where I receive most complaint about. Why financial statements are late? Fawad didn't inform us to start on time. Next year, why your financial statements late? Fawad didn't remind us to start on time. So for me, it's a way that you transfer responsibility to somebody else, it could be. Or at some time, it could be just to get attention. I know, again, dealing with parents, dealing with people. They don't have nothing. It's nothing serious, but they try to flag things to get the attention. We exist. We there. We are also have issues. We are working or we are doing. So my other question would be, who complains more, male or female?
Female.
No, tell me, who complains more? So does gender matter when it's come to complaining? Does gender matter whether it's a female or it's a male? Well, again, I would say globally. Let's say if we are living in general, and it could be again, yes, some nations different from other, but in general, I'm sure if the male would say it's female, and we as a female, we would say it's the men. They complain a lot, then it all depends, doesn't it? So there was a book written by the author is Julian Begany. The name of the book is Complain. In that book, he was talking about a survey conducted on identifying reasons, issues, complaining. So the outcome, I would say I was at least relieved when I saw this outcome. When it's come to complain, gender difference don't matter. Both complain, and again, what matter is the nation. So certain nation, they have a habit to complain more than other. Going back to this, if I would ask who you expect is the country #1 globally in complaining? Faisal is laughing, tell me. You don't have comments? So from your expectation, who would be the most complaining nation on earth? They complain about almost everything.
Female?
Let's start India, Pakistan.
Okay, India, Pakistan, Egypt, America, Egypt. China. Middle East? So Ahmed says females in the Middle East, when they complain, they don't complain. They will tell you, if you care, you would know it yourself without me telling it to you. So based on surveys and statistics, United States is the highest nation when it's come to complaining. It's followed by England, third is Canada, fourth is Philippines. And
especially the British female.
okay. But when I would, again, I like to look into more details about it. So what do they complain about? If we again change the question a bit. Is it consumer complaint? It's general complaint, complaining about weather, about the traffic. So if it's a combination, US will lead. But if it's only complaining about product, service, Canada is #1 globally, complaining about almost any product or service. So this will lead us also to a belief that since this is a survey and it's a statistic, this is the truth. But again, the way I look into it is that US, UK, Canada, Brazil, Mexico, Philippines, those countries captures data about complaint. They have the tools and the means where people can report things, it's captured and it is then analyzed and sorted the data so they can get the rank. Going to Egypt, going to India, Pakistan, I'm sure as a nation, it's known for us, you complain a lot. Egypt complains a lot, but it's not captured. So if today the real data and statistics are captured, all these ranking could turn differently. So the conclusion was that, again, gender difference don't matter, but national differences matter when it's come to complaining, and the type of complaints also matter. The three biggest reasons why people complain. I'm sure there is no one just would like to complain for sake of complaining. I have nothing to do, let me go to Sahara and start complaining about something. So the first reason, they want to avoid taking responsibility. And this is, again, is not work-related. It could be a mother, it could be a wife, it could be a husband, it could be a son, your son at school. His grade is bad, He don't want to take responsibility. He starts complaining, oh mama, my teacher is not good. The principal is not good. The classroom is without air conditioning, so I can't understand. They start complaining, but the reality could be totally different. So avoiding response, so all complaints, no matter how it began, send the same message. I want this situation to be better, but I don't want to fix it myself. We know there is an issue, but maybe we don't want to fix it ourselves, so we start complaining, because if we want to fix it ourselves, we would never complain about it. We would never even sometimes share it or discuss it with others, keep it for ourselves, and we solve the issue. Or we can't fix it ourselves, which to me this goes to the category where they are seeking help. So it might not be a real complaint, they are seeking help. Or they want someone else to fix it for them, or they don't want to take responsibility for the work. So if this didn't happen, I've already complained about it. I've already told you, Nitin. So I've already told you, you didn't deliver, Nitin was aware of it. So this is also sometimes when people try to put the things forward to other people is to avoid their responsibility. They think people care about their problem. So when I go and sit, a mother come and tell to Andy, my son is not happy with the teacher because she wears glasses, and he afraid of, and she keep complaining about the same thing. So do you think Andy or any other principal would care about such immaterial complaint? So most people are caught up in their own daily struggle and have their own reason to mourn about in their lives. So whenever we complain or we try to share things with others, we need to really understand, does it even worth sharing it with those people? They forget that things could be worse. So people who complain, and again, I'm taking most of our parents' example, the parents who complain about buses coming late, buses arriving not on time, we don't have this. So things could be genuine, some of them could be genuine, but they should know that there are much bigger issues that some other parents are facing, that when they look at their issues, we could see that it could be secondary of nature and not material. I don't know how to go to this video, Saha.
You are here for a love life. Today we're talking about complaining and whether it can ever really be a good thing. I'm interested in this subject, especially when I looked up the dictionary definition of complaining. To complain, express dissatisfaction or annoyance about a state of affairs or an event. Now with a phrase like that, I don't actually have a problem with complaining. In fact, if you never express dissatisfaction or annoyance about something, not only are you a very boring person, but you're also somebody who doesn't really necessarily have the power to change something. If you're not dissatisfied with something, it gets more difficult to change. If you can't be, I would argue actually, if you're not annoyed about some things in life, there's something wrong with you, because there are absolutely things that we should be annoyed at. There are things that we should be outraged at, especially on a moral level. So complaining in that sense is not an evil. I don't see it as a bad thing. I see it as a necessary part of the human condition and a necessary impetus for change, for making changes in our lives and in the world around us. Where complaining tends to become a negative is when we get this protracted, moany state that a lot of people live in, where they're relentless in their objections to things, in simply stating that they don't like something over and over and over again. And I think the time that we get most sick of people, for example, when our friend comes to us, when they come to us once and say something's wrong, very often we hear them out. We may even want to help them. We may want to find a solution for them. We understand that they may be complaining about something that is a legitimate complaint. But if we hear that same friend come back to us every day for the next 2 weeks about that same thing without having done anything towards changing it, that's when we start to get frustrated with people. But the problem for most of us is that when we complain to someone, it often ends in some sort of positive emotion from them. If you think about it, when you complain to someone, how often do they say, "Oh, stop complaining, please leave, you're making me so negative right now"? People don't do that. Instead, they put an arm around you, they say, "Oh my God, that must be so difficult." They empathize. Many human beings empathize. It's what we're taught to do. And in empathizing, they provide you with some form of validation, some form of significance for having the problem in the first place. And this is one of the greatest dangers of complaining, is that complaining leads to short-term gratification, instant gratification. Now, what happens when you complain to one friend too many times and they get bored of you? So most people say, it's probably time for me to stop complaining and start solving this problem. No, they just find someone new to complain to. Let me find fresh ears that can give me fresh sympathy for this problem. They just start to do the rounds of their friends. And guess what? When they have one problem that has expired, that has no juice left in it, that has been diluted to the point of nothingness, all of a sudden, do they suddenly find new people? No, there are none left, so they have to find a new problem. So they create a new problem which they can get fresh sympathy for, open up that fresh can of sympathy, and start all over again. This is the problem with complaining, is that most people would rather settle for sympathy than go for glory. Because the truth is, going after what you want, solving the problem, let's say, is the harder path in the short term. Actually solving the problem is the harder path. And I should say this, solving the problem is usually quite thankless. When you're off trying to solve something, very often it's a lonely task. You're trying to make something happen, you're butting your head against a wall and no one is noticing. And not only that, but if you come to people in an empowered state where they say, "What's wrong?" And you say, "Nothing, I got this issue that I got fixed, but I'm on it, I'm fixing it, I'm there." People don't give you love for that. Most of the time people are like, "Oh, cool, all right, sounds great." But if you said, "Oh my God, I have this big problem, I have to do this, and I have to do this, and I have to do this," and I'm going to get it all done today, but oh my God, you're overstressing yourself, you really need to relax, you really need to take some time, and you do so much. It's all this instant gratification compared to when you actually try and do something and try and solve something and you have the thankless task of doing that. And I would argue that if you want to break the spell of complaining, change where you get your significance from. Do you get your significance from how many problems you have or the size of your problems, or do you get your significance from your ability to be creative in solving them? One piece of advice: if you decide to take your significance from the latter, you have to get good at giving yourself the validation, because far fewer people will give you the validation for going out and solving problems than they will for having problems in the first place. So that's it for today, my friends. Complaining is healthy when it is an emotional response to a situation that warrants emotion, but it becomes unhealthy when it becomes a relentless moaning about something that you are not trying to change, and ultimately will be detrimental to your life. You're the only one that loses. We have to start going for the glory, my friends. Take care, go out there, solve some problems, and enjoy yourselves in the process.
How many of us, again, I would say often go and talk about 3 years ago complain when the problem is already solved, the issue is no longer there. But in a gathering, yeah, I remember 3 years ago, and you delayed 2 memos for me. The problem is solved, no impact, solved, we've passed this bad time, but I'll still make sure whenever I see Nitin, I remind him of this. So, will this help in any way to improve the situation, to get over the issue? It would never. So moving to next, there is now the art of complaining. And as we saw from the video, complaining is not all the time a negative thing. No, it could be even positive. Sometimes, again, how we define it, and there is a fine line between complaining, between flagging a concern, as Simon said, or seeking support. And because of those fine lines that are drawn between those three terms, it's very important that we know how we, I would say, rephrase or present our concern in a way which would make it with an impact and could support us solve the problem. So complaining is often looked as a negative thing, but if you perfect it, then great things can happen. If you are able to identify these three things, your complaining is much more likely to feel useful, effective, and lead to better outcome. So when I've had this session, my aim or my objective was not to stop people from reaching out or sharing their thoughts or sharing their frustration. No, again, I'm repeating it. It's a healthy thing. We are here to support each other. Sometimes I'm frustrated. I reach out to Nitin. 2 minutes, Nitin, next day, Nitin, okay, khalas, all sorted. Thank you for hearing me yesterday. It happens. But what I did the next day after we've discussed, we've either put a solution to what we've discussed, what was annoying me, I would say, or I would never talk to him about the same thing again, because he heard me. If he could have helped, he would. And for me, repeating the same thing again to him, it will not take me anywhere. So ask yourself first, is it worth complaining? Do we really need to share all our issues, feeling, and we express everything? Sometimes, again, we see in a real life, we are queuing and the guy in front, it's all of us, we are queuing in the line. And someone is, there, oh my God, it's taking me so long, I'm busy. Everybody's busy. So everybody is again queuing as if it's his own issue, and it's so important that he complains about it. Use facts and logic. So this is a small comic which says, again, hello, it's M&M headquarters, I want to complain. These M&Ms I bought aren't any good. Half of them says WW. So he's holding it upside down, calling, complaining, and at the end, does that affect the quality, the taste? Nothing. But does it worth registering a complaint? Some people believe, oh, I found something, let me complain about it. What's wrong with this? Choose the right audience. Where's Sahar? No, choose the right audience, okay. So there are people, unfortunately, tend to complain and express their feeling with almost everybody. And I can get examples which use sometimes to shock me. Why this guy is aware of such a problem in a school or in a company. Or who told me the other day I was taking Mr. I don't know whom to the airport, and he was telling me you have this problem in the department. And why you're sharing it with the driver to the airport? So it's very important for us to decide to choose the right audience, because when you express a feeling or communicate an issue with someone, you should know first that that someone should be able to help, should be able to support you by providing advice, by scaling up the issue, or by providing you with the right support. So understand who has the ability to make it happen. So just by walking and talking to others, things will not improve and will never get better, but that person will be tagged as a complainer. So again, you are complaining again. Do you realize that you spend all your time complaining? And the answer, why? Why shouldn't I complain? Some people believe that it's normal to complain. Don't stuck in a complaint loop. So there are people, when we complain about some things or we express our frustrations or we flag something, we either can solve it or it can't be solved. And there are specific issues that we come across in life which is beyond people's control. It cannot be done immediately, it takes time. So complaining again and again and again without finding a solution, it will never support in transforming or putting this complaint in a right context to be solved and to be sorted. So know your ideal outcome. I just want to complain, no solution, only complain. Still complaining, no solution, but let me also complain despite this. So, it was much longer with so many examples. I told Sahar, but I just, to be cautious of the time. So what I'm trying to say here, this is the end and there is one video, so there is a complaint and there is the next window is complaint about how we handle your complaint. And this is also, I get it a lots of time. So somebody would call me Fatma, and again I'm referring to parents. You have a bad traffic next to Britus school, Bahrain, can't you please open a door or make a side road to the left of the school or the right corner of the school, as if I'm the Minister of the Traffic. So we say, okay, we look to this and we will see if we have a solution. And 1 month later, somebody will tell me, oh, Fatma, parents told me that she called you and you didn't nothing about her problem. So now she's complaining that she complained to me and I didn't sort their issues. So we have to also be aware and also careful when we flag a concern to someone. Is there a solution for it? Can we solve it in a specific time manner? Does that thing can be like, again, if it's something simple, can be done overnight, can be done at the same time, we will do it. But there are certain issues and certain, I would say, concerns would take time. It's take a lot of more effort than what the parents could, or staff or whoever could really think about. So this is from my end. There is one last video that I want to share, but I would like to hear from you if there is again anything. Sahar, just a second. If you anything that you would like to share from your own experience about how to better handle these issues, how maybe we can also, I would say, support ourselves to overcome issues in a better way, positively, without again getting stuck in a complaint loop. The uniform and the book in Saudi, I think it should get to the Star of the Year in number of complaints I would say I've received.
No, I mean the complaint is very healthy culture if this complaint make the change. If make the change, yeah, I can receive the complaints and I try as much as I can to make the change, to change the situation that I have it. But it's just like مجلس الدول العالمية هذا نقلق ونستنكر ونشجب له. But it's complain, make the change in my environment, I will take it and I will record it.
Yeah. Okay. So anything else? So from my end, I would usually also, I would tell you again my genuine feeling, how I look into things. Again, we do tend to share our concerns and feeling whenever we seek help. But when it's become excessive, it also could indicate that we are not able to handle our issues by our own. Again, it's also, as we've mentioned, does it worth it? Does it worth sharing it with others? Can't I do anything about it myself? And when we share it, do we really sharing it in a factual or in an emotional way? Can we suggest a solution? Are we open to hear other people's view on this and accept their suggestion? So if there are no other, but this is again, I would say, a final motivation, small videos to conclude the day well. And thank you very much again for these 2 days. And
your words, mixed with your beliefs, blend to become your reality. What you speak over your life is what your life will become. If you're always talking about how you're stuck where you are, how you can't find a way to get out of the situation you're in, how you never get any luck, how you'll never be wealthy, you're right. You'll never have those things if that's what you say and that's what you believe. If you don't believe it, you won't even try to get it. It's Instead of saying, I don't know how to do it, say, I am committed to learn how to do it. Instead of saying, I always procrastinate and never get anything done, say, I am going to find something that matters to me more than anything, and then I am going to get the job done. Instead of saying, I'm a failure, say, I failed. I've learned the lesson, and when I become a huge success, that failure is going to make for one hell of a story. Instead of saying, my best days are behind me, say, my best is yet to come. Instead of believing others are born lucky or with special gifts, know that you are capable of anything. Know that you can study and commit to learning from great people. Know that you can become a great person in your own right. Every day, look yourself in the mirror and say, I am a great person. I am a kind person. I am strong. I am capable of anything. I am growing more each day. I am committed. I am determined. I have no limits. I can have the health and the body of my choice. I will have the health and the body of my choice. I can have the wealth of my choice. I will have the wealth of my choice. I do deserve abundance. I am worthy. I am more than worthy. I can make a huge difference in others' lives. I will make that difference. Gandhi once said, your beliefs become your thoughts become your words become your actions become your habits become your values become your destiny. When you start blending your beliefs and your words together, they become so powerful you can move mountains. You are the creator of your destiny, and it starts with the words you speak into your life. Speak positive things into your life, strong things. Speak love and happiness into your life, and you'll notice more love and happiness. Speak good of others, and you may see more good from others. Speak your dreams into existence. Believe your dreams will become reality. Act and live as though they are, and they soon will be. Muhammad Ali said he would be the greatest, and he became the greatest. He had no doubt in his mind. That is the same level of certainty you should speak about your dreams. I am healthy. I am wealthy. I am wise. Opportunities are everywhere. Money flows with ease. Joy is everywhere. I am attracting such amazing people into my life. I am blessed. I am surrounded by blessings. I have more than enough. I am full of energy. I am strong. I am fit. I am such a positive influence to those around me. I have amazing friends. I am abundant. I am constantly growing my income. I am constantly growing myself. I am constantly getting healthier, stronger, and fitter. My relationships are getting stronger every day. More love and joy every day. Sticks and stones may break your bones, but your words can shatter your dreams. Your beliefs, thoughts, and words will, I guarantee you, determine your destiny. Whatever you believe is your limit, is your limit. Every day, look yourself in the mirror and say, I am a great person. I am a kind person. I am strong. I am capable of anything. I am growing more each day. I am committed. I am determined. I have no limits. I can have the health and the body of my choice. I will have the health and the body of my choice. I can have the wealth of my choice. I will have the wealth of my choice. I do deserve abundance. I am worthy. I am more than worthy. I can make a huge difference in others' lives. I will make that difference. Daily affirmations are helpful because they reprogram your mind, your thoughts and beliefs. Some of the most successful people on earth practice daily affirmations. If you're doing it consistently, every single day, in the morning before you start your day, you will begin to develop new beliefs, and your life will start to change before your eyes. If it's not natural at first, if you feel like the words aren't believable, stick with it. The goal is to feel as though you already have the things you want. As you speak the words, feel as though you are already that person. Whatever words work for you, write them down, your own affirmation, and read them every day. That's the key. Repetition and feeling the words. If they get old, freshen them up to something more powerful and meaningful.
It's all over. So thank you very much again all for those 2 days. Hope you all benefited from all the sessions. Inshallah, next year around the same time, we're going to have our session, hopefully either in Dubai or Abu Dhabi. We are going to confirm it then, and we'll be looking forward to have this gathering again with the same team and also more colleagues, inshallah, joining us and more school during this 2023. Thank you very much all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fatima, and all the participants. As remember, I said that we will be thanking some people who work behind the scene. I don't want to forget Sarah and Juma. I don't want to forget Dina and Zainab, who's not with us today. She's still in Bahrain. I don't want to forget her because I know how much work she has done. Adnan, thank you so much for being on the ground here and helping and supporting. Ahmad Rabia, am I forgetting any name? Ibrahim. So thank you so much everyone for making this event happen, and all your hard work is really appreciated. Thank you. Sahara.
Fahmi and Sami for eating.
Where is Fahmi? مستخبي هناك.
No. What I mean is, a few people are leaving now also for the event. That's good.
امسك هلا